good and evil as religious ideas. This world of ours is a world of opposites. There is light and shade, there is heat and cold, there is good and evil, there is God and the devil. The dualistic conception of nature has been a necessary phase in the evolution of human thought. We find the same views of good and evil spirits prevailing among all the peoples of the earth at the very beginning of that stage of their development which, in the phraseology of Tyler, is commonly called animism. But the principle of unity dominates the development of thought. Man tries to unify his conceptions in a consistent and harmonious monism. Accordingly, while the belief in good spirits tended towards the formation of the doctrine of monotheism, the belief in evil spirits led naturally to the acceptance of a single supreme evil deity, conceived as embodying all that is bad, destructive, and immoral. Monotheism and monodiabolism, both originating simultaneously in the monistic tendencies of man's mental evolution, together constitute a dualism which to many is still the most acceptable world conception. Nevertheless, it is not the final goal of human philosophy. As soon as the thinkers of mankind become aware of the dualism implied in this interpretation of the world, the tendency is again manifested towards a higher conception, which is a purely monistic view. Will monism eliminate the idea of the devil in order to make God the one and all? Or will it abolish both God and the devil, to leave room only for a world of matter in motion? Will the future of mankind be, as M. Guyot prophesies, a period in which religion will disappear and give way to irreligion? Those who do not appreciate the mission of dualism in the evolution of human thought, and only know its doctrines to be untenable, naturally expect that the future of mankind will be irreligious, and there are freethinkers who declare that atheism will supersede all the different conceptions of God. But this is not probable. The monistic tendencies of the age will not destroy, but purify and elevate religion. The animism of the savage is a necessary stage of man's mental evolution. It appears as an error to the higher developed man of a half-civilized period, but the error contains a truth which naturally develops into a more perfect conception of the surrounding world. Similarly, the religious ideas of the present time are symbols. Taken in their literal meaning, they are untenable, but understood in their symbolical nature they are seeds from which a purer conception of the truth will grow. The tendencies of philosophic thought prevailing today lead to a positive conception of the world, which replaces symbols by statements of fact and brings with it not a denial of religious allegories but a deeper and more correct conception. A state of irreligion in which mankind would adopt and publicly teach a doctrine of atheism is an impossibility. Atheism is a negation, and negations cannot stand, for they have sense only as confronted with the positive issues which they reject. Yet our present anthropomorphic view of God, briefly called anthropotheism, which as a rule conceives him as an infinitely big individual being, will have to yield to a higher view in which we shall understand that the idea of a personal God is a mere simile. God is much more than a person. When we speak of God as a person, we ought to be conscious of the fact that we use an allegory which, if it were taken literally, can only belittle him. The God of the future will not be personal, but superpersonal. But how shall we reach this knowledge of the superpersonal God? Our answer is, with the help of science. Let us pursue in religion the same path that science travels, and the narrowness of sectarianism will develop into a broad cosmical religion which shall be as wide and truly Catholic as is science itself. Symbols are not lies, symbols contain truth. Allegories and parables are not falsehoods, they convey information. Moreover, they can be understood by those who are not as yet prepared to receive the plain truth. Thus, when in the progress of science religious symbols are recognized and known in their symbolical nature, this knowledge will not destroy religion but will purify it and will cleanse it from mythology. We define God as that authoritative presence in the all, which enforces a definite moral conduct. God is that something which constitutes the harmony of the laws of nature. God is the intrinsic necessity of mathematics and logic. God above all is what experience teaches us to be the inalienable features of righteousness, justice, morality. This presence is both immanent and transcendent. It is immanent as the constituent characteristic of the law that pervades the universe. It is transcendent, for it is the condition of any possible cosmic order, and in this sense it is supercosmic and supernatural. 1. We do not say that God is impersonal, for the word impersonal implies the absence of those features which constitute personality. It implies vagueness, indefiniteness, and lack of character. God, however, as he manifests himself in the order of the universe, is very definite. He is not vague but possesses quite marked qualities. He is such as he is and not different. His being is universal, but not indeterminable. His nature does not consist of indifferent generalities, but exhibits a distinct suchness. Indeed, all suchness in the world, in physical nature as well as in the domain of spirit, depends upon God as here defined, and what is the personality of man but the incarnation of that cosmic logic which we call reason. God, although not an individual being, is the prototype of personality, although not a person, thinking thoughts as we do, deliberating, weighing arguments, and coming to a decision. He is yet that which conditions personality. He possesses all those qualities which, when reflected in animated creatures, adds unto their souls the nobility of God's image, called personality. Therefore we say, God is not impersonal, but superpersonal. While the idea of God has received much attention from philosophers and progressive theologians, its counterpart, the dark figure of the evil one, has been much neglected. And yet the devil is, after all, a very interesting personality, grotesque, romantic, humorous, pathetic, nay, even grand and tragic. And if we have to declare that the idea of God is a symbol signifying an actual presence in the world of facts, should we not expect that the idea of the devil also represents a reality? It is almost impossible to exhaust the subject, for it would take volumes to write an approximately complete history of demonology. Accordingly, we must confine ourselves to merely outlining some of the most salient features of the development of the belief in the devil and the nature of the idea of evil. Devil worship. From a survey of the accounts gleaned from Waits, Lubbock, and Tyler, on the primitive state of religion, the conviction impresses itself upon the student of demonology that devil worship naturally precedes the worship of a benign and morally good deity. There are at least many instances in which we can observe a transition from the lower stage of devil worship to the higher stage of God worship, and there seems to be no exception to the rule that fear is always the first incentive to religious worship. This is the reason why the dark figure of the devil, that is to say, of a powerful evil deity, looms up as the most important personage in the remotest past of almost every faith. Demonolatry, or devil worship, is the first stage in the evolution of religion, for we fear the bad, not the good. Mr. Herbert Spencer bases religion on the unknown, declaring that the savage worships those powers which he does not understand. In order to give to religion a foundation which even the scientist does not dare to touch, he asserts the existence of an absolute unknowable, and recommends it as the basis of the religion of the future. But facts do not agree with Mr. Spencer's proposition. A German proverb says, "Was ich nicht weiss, macht mich nicht heiß," or, as is sometimes said in English, "What the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't grieve for." What is absolutely unknowable does not concern us, and the savage does not worship the thunder because he does not know what it is, but because he knows enough about the lightning that may strike his hut to be in awe of it. He worships the thunder because he dreads it, he is afraid of it on account of its known and obvious dangers which he is unable to control. Let us hear the men who have carefully collected and sifted the facts. Waits, in speaking in his Anthropology, Volume 3, p. 182, 330, 335, 345, of the Indians, who were not as yet semi-Christianist, states that the Florida tribes are said to have solemnly worshipped the bad spirit, Tuya, who plagued them with visions, and to have had small regard for the good spirit, who troubled himself little about mankind. And Martins makes this characteristic remark of the rude tribes of Brazil. All Indians have a lively conviction of the power of an evil principle over them. In many there dawns also a glimpse of the good, but they revere the one less than they fear the other. It might be thought that they hold the good being weaker in relation to the fate of man than the evil. 1. Captain John Smith, the hero of the colonization of Virginia, in 1607, describes the worship of Oki, a word which apparently means that which is above our control, as follows: 1. There is yet in Virginia no place discovered to be so savage in which the savages have not a religion, deer, and bow and arrows. All things that were able to do them hurt beyond their prevention they adore with their kindy of divine worship, as the fire, water, lightning, thunder, our ordnance pieces, horses, and sea. But their chief god they worship is the Diul. Him they call Oak, to and seru him more of fear than Lu. They say they have conference with him and fashion themselves as nearer to his shape as they can imagine. In their temples they have his image ill-favoredly carved and then painted and adorned with chains, copper, and beads, and covered with a skin in such manner as the deformity may well suit with such a god. Original ed. 29. In some part of the country, they have yearly a sacrifice of children. Such a one was at Quaouf Kohanuk, some 10 miles from Iamstown, and thus performed. 15 of the properest young boys, between 10 and 15 years of age, they painted white. Having brought them forth, the people spent the forenoon in dancing and singing about them with rattles. In the afternoon, they put those children to the root of a tree. By them, all the men stood in a guard, every one having a bastinado in his hand, made of reeds bound together. These, made a lane between them all along, through which there were appointed 5 young men to fetch these children. So every one of the fiway went through the guard, to fetch a child, each after other by turns, the guard fearlessly beating them with their bastinadoes, and they patiently enduring and receiving all, defending the children with their naked bodies from the merciful blows they pay them soundly, though the children escape. All this while, the women weep and cry out very passionately, pruiding mats, skins, moss, and dry wood, as things fitting their children's funerals. After the children were thus past the guard tore down the tree, branches and boughs, with such violence, that they rent the body and made wreaths for their heads, or bedecked their hair with the leaves. What else was done with the children was not seen, but they were all cast on a heap in a valley, as dead, where they made a great feast for all the company. The Werowance, chief, being demanded the meaning of this sacrifice, answered that the children were not all dead, but, only, that the oak or divell did suck the blood from their left breast, of those, who chanced to be his by lot, till they were dead. But the rest were kept in the wilderness by the young men till 9 months were expired, during which time they must not converse with any, and of these, were made their priests and conjurers. This sacrifice they held to be so necessary, that if they should omit it, their oak or divell and all their other quaoufcojaffes, which are their other gods, would let them have no deer, turkeys, corn, nor fish, and yet besides, he would make great slaughter amongst them. To divert them from this blind idolatry, many vsed their best in dias, chiefly with the werowances of Quaoufcohannock, whose devotion, apprehension, and good disposition much exceeded any in those countries, who though we could not as yet prevail withal to forsake his false gods, yet this he did believe, that our God as much exceeded theirs, as our guns did their bows and arrows, and many times did send to the President, at Iam's town, men with presents, entreating them to pray to his God for rain, for his gods would not send him any. And in this lamentable ignorance do these poor souls sacrifice themselves to the diawl, not knowing their Creator. Original ed. 32 p. 33, 34. 1. 10. Similar practices prevailed among almost all the Indian tribes who inhabited the islands and the 2 continents of America a few centuries ago. M. Bernhard Pickett's illustration 1, drawn according to the report of Peter Martyr, to an eyewitness, proves that the tribes of Hispaniola, now commonly called Haiti, paid homage to the Supreme Being under the name of Jocana, and their practices show that they were devil worshippers of the worst kind. Even the most civilized Americans, the Mexicans, had not as yet outgrown this stage of religious belief. It is true that the idea of a white god of love and peace was as not quite foreign to them, but the fear of the horrible Huitzilopochtli still prompted them to stain the altars of his temples with the blood of human victims. Human sacrifices are frequently mentioned in the Bible. Thus the king of Moab, when pressed hard by the children of Israel, took his eldest son that should have reigned in his stead and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. 2 Kings 4:27. He succeeded by this terrible expedient in saving the city, for the biblical report continues, and there was great indignation against Israel, and they, the Israelites, departed from him and returned to their own land. The prophets were constantly preaching against the pagan practice of those Israelites who, in imitation of the religion of their neighbors, sought to sacrifice their sons and daughters to devils or let them pass through the fire of Moloch to devour them, but so near to the religious conception of the savage was even the purer faith of Israel that Jephthah still believed that God required of him to offer his daughter up as a burnt offering. Judges 11:29-40. The most civilized nations on Earth still preserve in their ancient legends traces of having at an early period of their religious development immolated human beings in propitiation of angry deities. When the glory of Athens was at its climax, Euripides dramatically represented the tragic fate of Polyxena, who was sacrificed on the tomb of Achilles in order to pacify the dead hero's spirit and thereby ensure the safe return of the Greek army. Progress in civilization led to a modification but not to a direct abolition of human sacrifices. We find among more advanced savages, and even at the dawn of a higher civilization, a practice whereby the victim, be it a child, a virgin, or a youth, is offered up without slaughtering, and has a chance either to escape by good luck or to be rescued by some daring deed. Traces of this conception are found in the tales of Perseus and Andromeda, of Palnatoke the marksman, who, like William Tell, shot an apple from his 13. Child's head, of Susanoo, in Japanese folklore, who slew the 8-headed serpent that annually devoured one of the daughters of a poor peasant, and similar ancient legends. At the same time, human victims were supplanted by animals, as is indicated by various religious legends. Thus a hind was substituted for Iphigenia and a ram for Isaac. Human sacrifices are one of the principal characteristic traits of devil worship, but not the only one. There are in addition other devilish practices which are based on the idea that the deity takes delight in witnessing tortures, and the height of abomination is reached in cannibalism, which, as anthropology teaches us, is not due to scarcity of food, but can always be traced back to some religious superstition, especially to the notion that he who partakes of the heart or brain of his adversary acquires the courage, strength, and other virtues of the slain man. The last remnants of the idea that the wrath of the deity must be appeased by blood, and that we acquire spiritual powers by eating the flesh and drinking the blood of the victim still linger with us today in the medieval 14. Interpretations of certain church dogmas, and will only disappear before the searching light of a fearless and consistent religious reformation. We must remember, however, that certain superstitions, at early stages of the religious development of mankind, are as unavoidable as the various errors which science and philosophy pass through in their natural evolution. Religion always begins with fear, and the religion of savages may directly be defined as the fear of evil and the various efforts made to escape evil. Though the fear of evil in the religions of civilized nations plays no longer so prominent a part, we yet learn through historical investigations that at an early stage of their development almost all worship was paid to the powers of evil, who were regarded with special awe and reverence. Actual devil worship continues until the positive power of good is recognized and man finds out by experience that the good, although its progress may be ever so slow, is always victorious in the end. It is natural that the power that makes for righteousness is by and by recognized as the supreme ruler of all powers, and then the power of evil ceases to be an object of awe, it is no longer worshipped and not even propitiated, but struggled against, and the confidence prevails of a final victory of justice, right, and truth. Ancient Egypt. Set, or Seth, whom the Greeks called Typhon, the nefarious demon of death and evil in Egyptian mythology, is characterized as a strong god, a Paiute, whose anger is to be feared. The inscriptions call him the powerful one of the bees and ruler of the south. He is conceived as the sun that kills with the arrows of heat, he is the slayer, and iron is called the bones of Typhon. The hunted animals are consecrated to him, and his symbols are the griffin, akik, the hippopotamus, the crocodile, the swine, the tortoise, and, above all, the serpent Apapi, in Greek Apophis, who was thought to await the dying man in the domain of the god Atmu, also called Mu or Tum, who represents the sun below the western horizon. Set's pictures are easily recognized by his long, erect, and square-tipped ears and his proboscis-like snout, which are said to indicate the head of a fabulous animal called oryx. The consort and feminine counterpart of Set is called Dower or Dowet. The Greeks called her Theres. She appears commonly as a hippopotamus in erect posture, her back covered with the skin and tail of a crocodile. 17. Set is often contrasted with Osiris. Set was the deity of the desert, of drought and feverish thirst, and of the sterile ocean. Osiris represents moisture, the Nile, the fertilizing powers and life. Plutarch says, "The moon, representing Osiris, is, with his fertilizing and fecundative light, favorable to the produce of animals and growth of plants. The sun, however, representing Typhon, is determined, with its unmitigated fire, to overheat and parch animals. It renders by its blaze a great part of the earth uninhabitable and conquers frequently even the moon, viz., Osiris. As an enemy to life, Set is identified with all destruction. He is the waning of the moon, the decrease of the waters of the Nile, and the setting of the sun. Thus he was called the left or black eye of the decreasing sun, governing the year from the summer solstice to the winter solstice, which is contrasted with the right or bright eye of Hor, the increasing sun, which symbolizes the growth of life and the spread of light from the winter solstice to the summer solstice. Set was not always nor to all Egyptians alike a satanic deity. He was officially worshipped in an unimportant province west of the Nile, but this was the natural starting point of the road to the northern oasis. The inhabitants, who were mostly guides to desert caravans, had good reasons to remain on friendly terms with Set, the lord of the desert. Further, we know that a great temple was devoted to Set, as the god of war, in Tanis, near the swamps between the eastern branches of the delta, an important town of the frontier, and during the time of invasion the probable seat of the foreign dominion of the Hyksos and 18. The Hittites, who identified their own god Sutekh with the Egyptian Set. But even among the Hyksos, Set was revered as the awful god of irresistible power, of brute force, of war, and of destruction. There is an old wall picture of Karnak, belonging to the era of the 18th dynasty, in which the god Set appears as an instructor of King Thutmose III. In the science of archery. Seti I, the second king of the 19th dynasty, the Shepherd Kings, derives his name from the god Set, a sign of the high honor in which he was held among the Shepherd Kings, and indeed we are informed that they regarded Set, or Sutekh, as the only true god, the sole deity, who alone was worthy of receiving divine honors. If the time of the Shepherd Kings is to be identified with the settlement of Jacob's sons in Egypt, and if the 19. Monotheism of the Hyksos is the root of Moses's religion, what food for thought lies in the fact that the same awe of a fearful power that confronts us in life, changes among the Egyptians into the demonology of Set, and among the Israelites into the cult of Yahweh. In spite of the terror which he inspired, Set was originally not merely an evil demon but one of the great deities, who, as such, was feared and propitiated. Says Heinrich Brugsch, Religion und Mythologie der alten Ägypter, 706. The Book of the Dead of the ancient Egyptians and the numerous inscriptions of the recently opened pyramids are, indeed, nothing but talismans against the imagined Seth and his associates. Such is also, I am sorry to say, the greater part of the ancient literature that has come down to us. When a man dies, he passes the western horizon and descends through Atmu's abode into Amenti, the netherworld. The salvation of his personality depends, according to Egyptian belief, upon the preservation of his double or his other self which, remaining in the tomb, resides in the mummy or in any statue of his body. The double, just as if it were alive, is supposed to be in need of food and drink, which is provided for by incantations. Magic formulas satisfy the hunger and thirst of the double in the tomb, and frustrate, through invocations of the good deities, all the evil intentions of Set and his host. We read in an inscription of Edfu, Brugsk, Religion und Mythologie der alten Ägypter, 767. 20. Hail Ra, thou art radiant in thy radiance, while there is darkness in the eyes of Apophis. Hail Ra, good is thy goodness, while Apophis is bad in its badness. The dread of hunger, thirst, and other ills, or even of destruction which their double might suffer in the tomb, was a perpetual source of fearful anticipations to every pious Egyptian. The anxiety to escape the tortures of their future state led to the embalming of the dead and to the building of the pyramids. Yet, in spite of all superstitions and the ridiculous pomp bestowed upon the burial of the body, we find passages in the inscriptions which give evidence that in the opinion of many thoughtful people the best and indeed the sole means of protection against the typhonic influences after death was a life of righteousness. This is forcibly expressed in the illustration of chapter CXXV of the Book of the Dead, which is here reproduced according to Lepsius's edition of the Turin Papyrus. Republished by Putnam, Book of the Dead. The picture of the Hall of Truth as preserved in the Turin Papyrus shows Osiris with the Etef crown on his head and the crook and whip in his hands. Above the beast of Amenti we see the two genii Shai and Rainan, which represent misery and happiness. The four funeral genii, called Amze, happy, Tuamutef, and Kebsnorf, hover over an altar richly laden with offerings. The frieze shows 12 groups of Uru's snakes, flames and feathers of truth. On both sides scales are poised by a baboon who is the sacred animal of Thoth, and in the middle Atmu stretches out his hands over the right and left eye, symbolizing sunset and sunrise, death and resurrection. Ma, one the goddess of truth and the directress of the gods, decorated with an erect feather which is her emblem, ushers the departed one into the hall of truth. Kneeling, the departed one invokes the 42 assessors by name and disclaims having committed any one of the 42 sins of the Egyptian moral code. Omitting the names of the assessors, we quote here an extract of the confession. The departed one says, "I did not do evil, I did not commit violence, I did not torment any heart, I did not steal. I did not cause anyone to be treacherously killed, I did not lessen the offerings, I did not do any harm, I did not utter a lie, I did not make anyone weep, I did not commit acts of self-pollution. I did not fornicate, I did not trespass, I did not commit any perfidy, I did no damage to cultivated land, I was no accuser, I was never angry without sufficient reason, I did not turn a deaf ear to the words of truth, I did not commit witchcraft, I did not blaspheme, I did not cause a slave to be maltreated by his master, I did not despise God in my heart. Then the departed one places his heart on the balance of truth, where it is weighed by the hawk-headed whore and the jackal-headed Anubis, the director of the weight being shaped in the figure of the goddess of truth. Thoth, the ibis-headed scribe of the gods, reads Hor's report to Osiris, and if it announces that the weight of the heart is equal to truth, Thoth orders it to be placed back into the breast of the departed. 23. 1. Which act indicates his return to life? If the departed one escapes all the dangers that await him in his descent to Amenti, and if the weight of his heart is not found wanting, he is allowed to enter into the boat of the sun, in which he is conducted to the Elysian fields of the blessed. Should the evil deeds of the departed one outweigh his good deeds, he was sentenced to be devoured by a Mehmet, i.e., the devourer, which is also called the beast of Amenti, or was sent back to the upper world in the shape of a pig. While the double stays in the tomb, the soul, represented as a bird with a human head, soars to heaven where it becomes one with all the great gods. The liberated soul exclaims, Erman, Ib. 343 it seek. I am the god Atom, I who was alone. I am the god Ra at his first appearing. I am the great God who created himself, and created his name, I Lord of the gods, who has not his equal. I was yesterday, and I know the tomorrow. The battlefield of the gods was made when I spoke. I come into my home, I come into my native city. I commune daily with my father Atom. My impurities are driven out, and the sin that was in me is conquered. Ye gods above, reach out your hands, I am like you, I have become one of you. I commune daily with my father Atom. Having become one with the gods, the departed soul suffers the same fate as Osiris. Like him, it is slain by Set, and like Osiris, it is reborn in Hor, who revenges the death of his father. At the same time the soul is supposed 24. Frequently to visit the double of the departed man in the tomb, as depicted in the tomb of the scribe Ani. The abode of bliss, in Egyptian Seknit Anru, also written Alu, as depicted in the Turin papyrus of the Book of the Dead, shows us the departed one with his family, and Thoth, the scribe of the gods, behind them, in the act of sacrificing to three gods, the latter being decorated with the feather of truth. He then crosses the water. On the other side, he offers a perfuming pan to his soul, which appears in the shape of a man-headed bird. There are also the three mummy-form gods of the horizon, with an altar of offerings before the hawk, symbolizing Ra, the master of heaven. In the middle part of the picture the departed one plows, sows, reaps, threshes, stores up the harvest, and celebrates a thanksgiving with offerings to the Nile. The lower part shows two barks, one for Rahamakis, the other one for Anafru, and the three islands. The first is inhabited by Ra, the second is called the regenerating place of the gods, the third is the residence of Shu, Tefnut, and Seb. A very instructive illustration of Egyptian belief is afforded us in the well-preserved tomb of Rekhmara, the prefect of Thebes under Thutmose III. Of the 18th dynasty, the inscriptions of which have been translated into French by Ph. Viri and were published in 1889 by the Mission Archéologique Française. The visitor to the tomb enters through a door on the eastern end. When proceeding westward, we see Rick-Mara on the left wall pass from life to death. Here he attends to the affairs of the government, there he receives in the name of Pharaoh the homage of foreign princes. 25. The Abode of Bliss. After Lepsius's reproduction of the Turin Papyrus. The Abode of Bliss. After Lepsius's reproduction of the Turin Papyrus. 26. Further on he organizes the work of building magazines at Thebes. He superintends the artists engaged at the Temple of Ammon and is then buried in Pom. At last he assumes the appearance of the Osiris of the West and receives sacrifices in his capacity as a god. We are now confronted with a blind door through which Rick-Mara Osiris descends into the west and returns to life toward the east as the Osiris of the East. Through funeral sacrifices and incantations his double is again invested with the use of the various senses, he is honored at a festival and graciously received by Pharaoh, in a word, he acts as he did in life. When we return to the entrance where we started, Rick-Mara receives the offerings of his family and inspects the progress of the works to which he attended in life. In the tomb of Rick-Mara, Set receives offerings like other great gods. The departed one is called the inheritor of Set, Suti, and is purified by both Hor and Set. As an impersonation of Osiris, the departed one is approached and slain by Set, who then is vanquished in the shape of sacrificial animals which are slaughtered. But when the departed one is restored to the use of his senses and mental powers, Set again plays an important part, and appears throughout as one of the 4 points of the compass, which are Hor, Set, Thoth, and Seb. 1. According to the original legend, Set represented the death of the sun, and as a personality he is described as the murderer of Osiris, who was finally reconciled with Hor. He remained, however, a powerful god, and had important functions to perform for the souls of the dead. 27. Above all, he must bind and conquer the serpent Apophis, Apap, as we read in the Book of the Dead, 108, 4 and 5. They use Set to circumvent it, the serpent, they use him to throw an iron chain around its neck, to make it vomit all that it has swallowed. 1n The measure that the allegorical meaning of the Osiris legend is obliterated, and that Osiris is conceived as a real person who as the representative of moral goodness, succumbs in his struggle with evil and dies, but is resurrected in his son Hor. Set is more and more deprived of his divinity and begins to be regarded as an evil demon. The reign of Menkaura, the builder of the third pyramid of Giza, according to Brugsk, 3633 BC, and according to Mariot, 4100 BC, must have changed the character of the old Egyptian religion. The prayer to Osiris on his coffin lid, says Rawlinson, Volume 2, 67, marks a new religious development in the annals of Egypt. The absorption of the justified soul in Osiris, the cardinal doctrine of the ritual of the dead, makes its appearance here for the first time. According to the older canon, Set is always mentioned among the great deities, but later on he is no longer recognized as a god, and his name is replaced by that of some other god. The Egyptians of the 22nd dynasty went so far as to erase Set's name from many of the older inscriptions and even to change the names of former kings that were compounds of Set, such as Setnecht and others. The crocodile-headed Seb, also called Seb or Keb, and similar deities, in so far as their 28. Nature was suggestive of Set, suffered a similar degradation, and this, we must assume, was the natural consequence of an increased confidence in the final victory of the influence of the gods of goodness and virtue. Plutarch, speaking of his own days, says, on Isis and Osiris, chapter XXX. That the power of Typhon, although dimmed and crushed, is still in its last agonies and convulsions. The Egyptians occasionally humiliate and insult him at certain festivals. They nevertheless propitiate and soothe him by means of certain sacrifices. Set, the great and strong god of prehistoric times, was converted into Satan with the rise of the worship of Osiris. Set was strong enough to slay Osiris, as night overcomes the light of the sun, but the sun is born again in the child god Hor, who conquers Set and forces him to make the old serpent of death surrender its spoil. As the sun sets to rise again, so man dies to be reborn. The evil power is full of awe, but a righteous cause cannot be crushed, and, in spite of death, life is immortal. Akkad and the early Semites. About the year 3000 BC, long before the arise of the Semitic nations, among whom the Babylonians, Assyrians, Israelites, and later the Arabians, were most prominent, there lived in Mesopotamia a nation of great power and importance, which is known by the name of Akkad. And, strange to say, the Akkadians were not a white, but a dark race. They are spoken of as blackheads or black faces, yet we need not for that reason assume that they were actually as black as the Ethiopians, for the bilingual tablets found in the mounds of Babylonia speak also of them as Adamatu-1 or redskins, which makes it probable that they were reddish dark or brown. How much the Semites owe to the Akkadians, whose dominion ceased about 1500 BC, and whose language began to die out under the reign of the Assyrian king Sargon, 722 to 705, we may infer from the fact that many religious institutions, legends, and customs among the Semites were of Akkadian origin. 30. Thus we know for certain that in their mode of determining the time they already possessed the institution of a week of 7 days, and that the Sabbath was their holy day of rest. The literal meaning of the original Akkadian word is explained as a day on which work is unlawful, and the Assyrian translation Sabbatu signifies Sisi, a day of rest for the heart. Further, the legends of creation, of the tree of life, and of the deluge, mentioned in Genesis and also in Assyrian records, were well known to the Akkadians, and from the conventional form of the tree of life, which in the most ancient pictures bears fir cones, we may infer that the idea is an old tradition which the Akkadians brought with them from their former and colder home in the fir-covered mountains of Media. In addition, we have reminiscences of Akkadian traditions in many Hebrew names, which proves beyond the shadow of a doubt the long-lasting influence of the ancient civilization of Akkad. The rivers of paradise, mentioned in Genesis, are Babylonian names. Thus, the Euphrates, or Parat, is the curving water, Tigris is Tigger, the current, Hiddekel. The river with the high bank is another name for the Tigris, which in inscriptions is called Idikla or Idina. Chihun has been identified by some Assyriologists with Arakchu, Araxes, and by Sir H. Rawlinson with Jukka, and King Sargon calls Elam the country of the 4 rivers. The names of the rivers of Eden indicate that the people with whom the legend of paradise originated must have lived on the banks of the Euphrates and Tigris. Under these circumstances we are surprised to find that the cultivated portion of the desert lands west of the 31 Euphrates was called Edina, one name that sounds very much like Eden. About the time of Alexander the Great, a Babylonian priest by the name of Berenicce wrote an interesting book on the history and religion of Babylon. It is now lost, but as various Greek authors, Alexander Polyhistor, Apollodorus, Abydonis, Damascius, II and Eusebius have largely quoted from his reports, we know quite a good deal about the information he gave to the world concerning his country. All this was very interesting, but there was no evidence of the reliability of Berenicce's records. The Babylonian legends might have been derived from the Old Testament. However, since the successful excavations of the Assyrian stone libraries, we have the most positive evidences as to the source and the great age of these traditions. A great part of them have come down to us from the old Akkadians. We know that the Babylonians possessed several legends which have been received into the Old Testament, the most striking ones being the legend of the Deluge, of the Tower of Babel, of the destruction of corrupt cities by a rain of fire, reminding us of Sodom and Gomorrah, of the babyhood adventures of King Sargonai, reminding us of Moses, and of the creation of the world. The name of Babel, which is in Assyrian Babilani, or Babilu, i.e. the gate of God, is a Semitic translation of the Akkadian Kaading Iraqi, with the same meaning, literally. 32. Paragraph continues, gate and of God and the place. The etymology of the name Babel from Baal-bel, to confound, which is suggested both in the Assyrian account of the story and in Genesis, is one of those popular etymologic errors which are frequently found in ancient authors. Sisuthras, the Babylonian Noah, in the ark, saved through the assistance of the gods from the deluge. After an ancient Babylonian cylinder. Reproduced from Smith's Ace. Chapter of G. 300. Sisuthras, the Babylonian Noah, in the ark, saved through the assistance of the gods from the deluge. After an ancient Babylonian cylinder. Reproduced from Smith's Ace. Chapter of G. 300. In the legend of the destruction of the cities there occur several names which indicate an Akkadian source. The legend of the deluge one agrees in all important details with the analogous story in Genesis. It is the 11th part of a larger epic celebrating Isdubar, 2am sun hero and an Assyrian Hercules, who goes through the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 11th being Aquarius, corresponding to the 11th mouth of the Akkadians, called the Rainy. 3. Who has not yet seen, even in our most modern cathedrals, pictures and statues of the 4 evangelists adorned with the 4 representative beings of the animal creation? Matthew is accompanied by an angel or a 33. Winged man, Mark by a lion, Luke by a steer, and St. John by an eagle. The creatures represent the cherubim of the Old Testament, who by the early Christians were conceived as the guardians and heavenly prototypes of the Gospel writers. But these symbols are not original with the Jews, they are of a more venerable wall decoration of the royal palace at Nineveh in their present state. After place, reproduced from Lenormand. Wall decoration of the royal palace at Nineveh in their present state. After place, reproduced from Lenormand. Age than even the Old Testament, for we find them on the walls of the ancient royal palaces of Nineveh, and there can be no doubt about it that the Jewish conception of the cherubim is the heirloom of a most hoary antiquity. About Sargon, king of Agad, who, according to a tablet of King Nabonidus, lived 3754 BC and built 34. A temple to Somers. Mr. E. A. Wallace Budge says in his Babylonian Life and History, 40. A curious legend is extant respecting this king, to the effect that he was born in a city on the banks of the Euphrates, that his mother conceived him in secret and brought him forth in a humble place, that she placed him in an ark of rushes and closed it with pitch, that she cast him upon the river in the watertight ark, that the river carried him along, that he was rescued by a man called Aki, who brought him up to his own trade, and that from this position the goddess Ishtar made him king. As to the Assyrio-Babylonian origin of these legends there can be no doubt. The best authorities agree that Chaldea was the original home of these stories and that the Jews received them originally from the Babylonians. Smith says, The Chaldean Account of Genesis, 3:1-2. The numerous illustrations that have been found or early Assyrian and Babylonian seals prove that the legends were well known and formed part of the literature of the country before the 2nd millennium BC. Ib. 331. It is probable that all the old Chaldean legends existed in several versions. Of the creation story we possess two accounts which vary considerably, but one of them, which is narrated on 7 tablets, is of special interest to us, not only on account of its being the main source of the first chapter of the Old Testament, but also because we possess in it one of the oldest documents in which the existence of the Evil One is mentioned. He is called in Assyrian Tian-Tu, i.e., the deep, and is represented as the serpent that beats the sea, the serpent of the 35. Night, the serpent of darkness, the wicked serpent, and the mighty and strong serpent. The derivation of the biblical account of creation from Assyrian sources can as little be doubted as that of other legends, not only because of its agreement in several important features, and in many unimportant ones, but also because sometimes the very words used in Genesis are the same as in the Assyrian inscriptions. We find in both records such coincidences as the creation of woman from the rib of man and the sending out of birds from the ark to ascertain whether the waters had subsided. First the birds returned at once, then they returned, according to the cuneiform tablet inscriptions of the Assyrians, with their feet covered with mud, at last they returned no more. Further, the Hebrew meuma, confusion, chaos, is the Assyrian mummu, while the Hebrew tehom, the deep, and tohu, desolate, correspond to the Assyrian tian-tu, equals tiamat. Sacred tree and serpent. From an ancient Babylonian cylinder. After Smith says, L.C. 88. Sacred tree and serpent. From an ancient Babylonian cylinder. After Smith says, L.C. 88. Our excavators have not as yet found a report of the fall of man and of the serpent that seduced Adam and Eve to taste the fruit of the tree of life. There is, however, a great probability that some similar legend existed, as we are in possession of pictures which represent 2 persons seated under a tree and a serpent nearby. The tree of life is an idea which must have been very popular among the Assyrians and Babylonians, for 36. Their artists do not tire of depicting it in every form. It may date back to that remote period when the fruits of the tree of life, Decorations on the embroidery of the royal mantle. British Museum. Lerard, Monuments. First Series, PL6. Lenormand, LL. V. 108. The Tree of Life. Decorations on the embroidery of the royal mantle. British Museum. Lerard, Monuments, First Series, PL6. Lenormand, LLV, 108. Trees constituted an important part of the food by which human life was sustained. 1. 37. Tiamat is the original watery chaos from which heaven and earth were generated. Babylonian philosophers see in it the mother of the world and the source of all things, while in mythology it appears as the representative of disorder and the mother of the monsters of the Dee. After a long struggle, Tiamat was conquered, as we read in the fourth tablet of the creation story, by the sun god, Belus or Bel-Merodach. The struggle, however, is not finished, for the demon of evil is living still and Bel-Merodach delivering the moon god from the evil spirits. From a Babylonian cylinder. From Smith's Chaldean account of Genesis. Merodach delivering the moon god from the evil spirits. From a Babylonian cylinder. From Smith's Chaldean account of Genesis. Has to fight the 7 wicked storm demons who darken the moon. He kills dragons and evil spirits, and the reappearance of divine intelligence in rational creatures is symbolized in the myth that Bel commanded one of the gods to cut off his, i.e. Bel's head, in order to mix the blood with the earth for the procreation of animals which should be able to endure the light. We here reproduce a brief statement of the Babylonian story of the creation, in which Tiamat plays an important part. Professor Sayce says, Records of the Past, New Series, Volume I, p. 128-131. 38. A good deal of the poem consists of the words put into the mouth of the god Merodach, derived possibly from older lays. The first tablet or book, however, expresses the cosmological doctrines of the author's own day. It opens before the beginning of time, the expression at that time answering to the expression in the beginning of Genesis. The heavens and earth had not yet been created, and since the name was supposed to be the same as the thing named, their names had not as yet been pronounced. A watery chaos alone existed, Mumuti Amat, the chaos of the Dee. Out of the bosom of this chaos proceeded the gods as well as the created world. First came the primeval divinities, Lak-Mu and Lakamu, words of unknown meaning, and then an Sar and Ki-Sar, the upper and lower firmament. Last of all were born the 3 supreme gods of the Babylonian faith, and the sky god, Bel or Ilil the lord of the ghost world, and Ea the god of the river and sea. But before the younger gods could find a suitable habitation for themselves and their creation, it was necessary to destroy the dragon of chaos with all her monstrous offspring. The task was undertaken by the Babylonian sun god Merodach, the son of Ea, an Sar promising him victory, and the other gods providing for him his arms. The second tablet was occupied with an account of the preparations made to ensure the victory of light over darkness, and order over anarchy. The third tablet described the success of the god of light over the allies of Tiamat. Light was introduced into the world, and it only remained to destroy Tiamat herself. The combat is described in the fourth tablet, which takes the form of a poem in honor of Merodach, and is probably an earlier poem incorporated into his text by the author of the epic. Tiamat was slain and her allies put in bondage, while the books of destiny which had hitherto been possessed by the older race of gods were now transferred to the younger deities of the new world. The visible heaven was formed out of the skin of Tiamat, and became the outward symbol of Anza. 39. And the habitation of An, Bel, and Ea, while the chaotic waters of the dragon became the law-bound sea ruled over by Ea. The heavens having been thus made, the fifth tablet tells us how they were furnished with mansions for the sun, and moon, and stars, and how the heavenly bodies were bound down by fixed laws that they might regulate the calendar and determine the year. The sixth tablet probably described the creation of the earth, as well as of vegetables, birds, and fish. In the seventh tablet the creation of animals and reptiles was narrated, and doubtless also that of mankind. It will be seen from this that in its main outlines the Assyrian epic of the creation bears a striking resemblance to the account of it given in the first chapter of Genesis. In each case the history of the creation is divided into 7 successive acts. In each case the present world has been preceded by a watery chaos. In fact the self-same word is used of this chaos in both the biblical and Assyrian accounts Stelom, Tiamat, the only difference being that in the Assyrian story the deep has become a mythological personage, the mother of a chaotic brood. The order of the creation, moreover, agrees in the 2 accounts, first the light, then the creation of the firmament of heaven, subsequently the appointment of the celestial bodies for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and next, the creation of beasts and creeping things. But the 2 accounts also differ in some important particulars. In the Assyrian epic the earth seems not to have been made until after the appointment of the heavenly bodies, instead of before it, as in Genesis, and the 7th day is a day of work instead of rest, while there is nothing corresponding to the statement of Genesis that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. But the most important difference consists in the interpolation of the struggle between Merodach and the powers of evil, as a consequence of which light was introduced into the universe, and the firmament of the heavens was formed. It has long since been noted that the conception of this struggle stands in curious parallelism to the verses of the Apocalypse. 40. Paragraph continues. Revelation 12, 7-9. And there was war in heaven, Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. We are also reminded of the words of Isaiah, Ksiv 21:22, the Lord shall punish the host of the high ones that are on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. And they shall be gathered together, as prisoners are gathered in the pit, and shall be shut up in the prison. The Babylonians worshipped many deities, but their favorite god was Bel, who is frequently identified with Merodach, on account of his struggle with Tiamat. The Chaldean Trinity blessing the Tree of Life. British Museum. Lenormand, v. 234. The Chaldean Trinity blessing the Tree of Life. British Museum. Lenormand, v. 234. The Goddess Anna. Bas-relief in the British Museum. Lenormand, v. 259. The Goddess Anna. Bas-relief in the British Museum. Lenormand, v. 259. Bel Merodach is one of the great trinity of Anu, Ea, and Bel, which on an ancient cylinder is pictured as hovering above the tree of life, before which two human forms, apparently king and queen, are seen in an attitude of adoration. The Babylonian Trinity was thought to be male and 41 female, and it is noteworthy that the female representative of the Divine Father Anu, the godmother Anna, also called Ishtar, was worshipped under the symbol of a dove, which in a purer and nobler form reappears in Christianity as an emblem of most significant spirituality. Bel-Merodach is the Christ of the Babylonians, for he is spoken of as the son of the god Ea, the personification of all knowledge and wisdom. Professor Budge says, fight between Bel-Merodach and Tiamat. From an ancient Assyrian bas-relief, now in the British Museum. Fight between Bel-Merodach and Tiamat. From an ancient Assyrian bas-relief, now in the British Museum. The omnipresent and omnipotent Marduk, Merodach, was the god who went before Ea and was the healer and mediator for mankind. He revealed to mankind the knowledge of Ea. In all incantations he is invoked as the god mighty to save against evil and ill. Babylonian Life and History, 127. The struggle between Bel-Merodach and Tiamat was a favorite subject with Assyrian artists. In one of them, 42, which is now preserved in the British Museum, the evil one is represented as a monster with claws and horns, with a tail and wings, and covered with scales. Concerning the evil one and hell, as conceived by the Babylonians, Mr. Budge says, p. 139, 140. Their Hades was not so very far different from Sheol, or the pit of the Bible, nor the devil much to be distinguished from the Satan we read of. The Babylonian conception of hell is made known to us by a tablet which relates the descent of Ishtar thither in search of her lovely young husband, Tammuz. It has been stated that the same word for Hades, i.e. Sheol, as that used in the Hebrew scriptures, has been found in Babylonian texts, but this assertion has been made while the means for definitely proving it do not at present exist. The lady of the Babylonian Hades was called Ninkigal, and the place itself had a river running through it, over which spirits had to cross. There was also a porter of the waters, which reminds us of the Charon of the Greeks, and it had 7 gates. The tablet mentioned above tells us that 1. To the land of no return, to the afar off, to regions of corruption. 2. Ishtar, the daughter of the moon god, her attention firmly. 3. Fixed, the daughter of the moon god, her attention fixed. 4. The house of corruption, the dwelling of the deity Kala, to go. 5. To the house whose entrance is without exit. 6. To the road whose way is without return. 7. To the house whose entrance is bereft of light. 8. A place where much dust is their food, their meat mud. 9. Where light is never seen, where they dwell in darkness. 10. Ghosts, like birds, whirl round and round the vaults. 11. Over the doors and wainscoting there is thick dust. The outer gate of this land of no return was strongly guarded and bolted, for the porter, having refused to grant Ishtar admission, the goddess says. 43. Open thy gate and let me enter in. If thou openest not the gate, and I come not in, I force the gate, the bolt I shatter. I strike the threshold, and I cross the doors. I raise the dead, devourers of the living. For the dead exceed the living. There is another name for Hades, the signs which form it, meaning the house of the land of the dead. A gloss gives its pronunciation as Arali. Such, then, is the Babylonian hell. It is difficult to say where they imagined their Hads to be, but it has been conjectured by some that they thought it to be in the west. Evil demons. From a Chaldean stele in the British Museum. After Lenormand. Evil demons. From a Chaldean stele in the British Museum. After Lenormand. Besides Tiamat, there were in Assyrian and Babylonian mythology innumerable demons whose names are known through the inscriptions and whose portraits are preserved on statues, bas-reliefs, and cylinders. The magic formulae which were employed to ward off their influence are always uttered 7 times in the Sumero-Akkadian language, which was deemed more sacred on account of its age, for it had become unintelligible for the common people and remained in use only for liturgic purposes. The Assyrians expected to frighten demons away by showing them their own shape and by exhorting them to destroy themselves mutually in an internecine combat. 44. Lenormand briefly sets forth the demonology of the Assyrians Historientia and el Orient, v. page 494. Demon of the southwest wind. Statue in the Louvre. After Lenormand. Demon of the southwest wind. Statue in the Louvre. After Lenormand. In the army of the good as well as in the army of evil, there obtains a hierarchical system of more or less powerful spirits according to their rank. The texts mention the Ekim and the Tellal or warrior, the Maskin or trapper, the Alal or destroyer, the Labachu, the Labasu, the Araru, kind of ghosts, phantoms, and vampires. Frequently the Mars, the Lama, and the Uchuk are quoted, and a distinction is made between the good and the evil Mars, the good and the evil Lama, the good and the evil Uchuk. There are also the Alapi or winged bulls, the Nergali or winged lions, and the innumerable kinds of heavenly archangels. The gods Anna and Ea, called the spirit of heaven, Zianna, and the spirit of the earth, Zikie, as the gods of every science, are commonly invoked in incantations as alone able to protect mankind against the attacks of the evil spirits. The monuments of Chaldea prove the existence of an extremely complex demonology, the exact gradation of which is not yet sufficiently known. Concerning the devil of the disease-engendering southwest wind, Lenormand says, Ibid. v. 212. The Louvre possesses the image of a horrible demon in upright posture, with a dog's head, eagle's feet, lion's paws, and a scorpion's tail. Half of the head shows the skull fleshless. He has 4 spread wings. A ring at the top of the head served to 45. Suspend the figure. On the back of the statue is the inscription in Sumero-Akkadian, indicating that it represents the demon of the southwest wind and that it should be placed at the door or the window for the sake of warding off his injurious influence. The southwest. Nergali. Lion-headed and eagle-claw-footed demons. British Museum. After Lenormand, L.C. v. 204. Nergali. Lion-headed and eagle-claw-footed demons. British Museum. After Lenormand, LCV. 204. Wind in Chaldea comes from the deserts of Arabia, and its burning breath parches everything, producing the same ravages as the Khamsin in Syria and the Simoon in Africa. The Nergali are described by the same scholar as follows, Ibid. v. 215. 46. At Kuyunjik, in the palace of Assurbanipal, we see in several corners a series of monsters with human bodies, lions' heads, and eagles' feet. They appear in groups of 2, combating one another with daggers and clubs. They, too, are demons and express in the language of the sculptor the formula so frequently met with. An ancient Assyrian bronze tablet representing the world in the clutches of an evil demon. Collection of M. de Klerk. After Lenormand. In incantation, the evil demons should get out, they should mutually kill one another. There is an ancient bronze tablet which shows the picture of the world in the clutches of the devil. Lenormand, when speaking of the Chaldean conception of hell, alludes to this remarkable piece of antiquity and describes it as follows. A bronze plate in the collection of M. de Klerk contains in a synoptic world picture a representation of hell, and it is necessary. 47. That we here give a description of it. One side of the bronze plate is entirely occupied by a 4-footed monster, with 4 wings, standing on eagle's claws. Raising himself on his hind feet, B looks as though he intended to jump over the plate against which he leans. His head reaches over the border as over the top of a wall. The face of the wild and roaring monster towers, on the other side of the plate, above a picture which is divided into 4 horizontal strips representing the heavens, the earth, and hell. In the top strip one sees the symbolic representations of the celestial bodies. Underneath appears a series of 7 persons clad in long robes and having beads of a lion, a dog, a bear, a ram, a horse, an eagle, and a serpent. These are the celestial genii called Aigs. The third strip exhibits a funeral scene, which undoubtedly happens on earth. 2 personages dressed in the skin of a fish, after the fashion of the god Anu, are standing at the head and foot of a mummy. Further on there are 2 genii, one with a lion's head, the other with a jackal's head, who threaten one another with their daggers, and a man seems to flee from this scene of horror. The picture of the 4th strip is bathed in the floods of the ocean, which according to the traditional mythology of the Chaldeans reaches underneath the foundations of the earth. An ugly monster, half bestial, half human, with eagle's wings and claws, and a tail terminating in a snake's head, stands on the shore of the ocean, on which a boat is floating. This is the boat of the deity Elapu, frequently mentioned in the religious texts and probably the prototype of the boat of Charon in Greek mythology. In the boat is a horse which carries upon its back a gigantic lion-headed deity, holding in her hands 2 serpents, and 2 little lions jump to her breast to suck her milk. In the corner there are fragments of all kinds, human limbs, vases, and the remainders of a feast. Thus this little bronze tablet contains the picture of the world such as the imagination of the Chaldeans represented it to be, the gods and the sidereal powers, angels and demons, Aigs and Anunnaks, the earth and men, with supernatural beings who exercise a direct influence upon them, the dead protected by certain demons. 48. And attacked by others according to the philosophical conception of good and evil, and the antagonism of the 2 principles which constitutes the basis of the Assyrio-Chaldean religion. Anu protects the dead in the same way as does the Egyptian Osiris. There is the subterranean river reminding one of the Styx and Icheron of the Greeks as well as of the subterranean Nile of Amenti. 291. It goes without saying that the old biblical legends, far from losing their value by being proved to be much older, gain their additional value. They are now more interesting to us than ever. Formerly the biblical account of the creation was thought to be the very beginning of the religious evolution of man, but now we know that it is merely a milestone on the road. It is neither the beginning nor the end. It is simply the summary of a long history of anxious inquiry and speculation, which would have remained forgotten had we not discovered the Assyrian tablets bearing witness to the aspirations that preceded the composition of the Old Testament. But there is one thing which seems strange: the Chaldean belief in the immortality of the soul found no echo in the literature of the Jews. Did they refuse to incorporate it into the Hebrew world conception because they disbelieved it, or did they merely ignore it because they were too realistic and would not allow themselves to be carried away by illusions even of the loftiest kind? The civilization of Assyria and Babylon was more brilliant, more powerful, and more cosmopolitan than the civilization of Israel. Nevertheless, there is this important difference between the religious legends and speculations of these two nations, that while the Assyrian tablets are polytheistic and mythological, the Hebrew text is 49. Monotheistic. The mythological ornaments of the original story have been chastened and simplified. Without being blind to the poetic beauties of the original, which in its way is not less venerable than the later Hebrew version, we must say that the latter is a decided improvement. Its greater simplicity and freedom from fantastic details gives it a peculiar soberness and grandeur which is absolutely lacking in the Assyrian myth of the creation. While unequivocally recognizing the superiority of the Hebrew account, we must, however, mention in justice to the Assyrian and Babylonian civilization that monotheism was by no means an exclusively Jewish belief. There were monotheistic hymns of great strength and religious beauty, both in Egypt and in Babylon, long before the existence of the people of Israel, and it is not impossible that what Sir Henry Rawlinson calls the monotheistic party of Babylon or their brethren in Egypt were the founders of Jewish monotheism. It is certain that the philosophers of Egypt and Babylonia were not without influence upon the development of the Israelitic religion. Egyptian and Babylonian monotheists apparently suffered the popular mythology as a symbolical expression of religious truth, while in later periods the religious leaders of the Jews had no patience with idolaters, and, becoming intolerant of polytheism, succeeded in blotting out from their sacred literature the popular superstitions of their times. Some vestiges only were left, which are now valuable hints indicating the nature of the text before it was changed by the hands of later redactors. Persian dualism. The transition from devil worship to God worship marks the origin of civilization, and among the nations of antiquity the Persians seem to have been the first who took this step with conscious deliberation, for they most earnestly insisted upon the contrast that obtains between good and evil, so much so that their religion is even today regarded as the most consistent form of dualism. The founder of Persian dualism was Zarathustra, or, as the Greeks called him, Zoroaster, a name which in its literal translation means golden splendor. Zoroaster, the great prophet of Mazdaism. The belief in Mazda, the omniscient one, it is rightly assumed, was not so much the founder of a new era as the concluding link in a long chain of aspiring prophets before him. The field was ripe for the harvest when he appeared, and others must have prepared the way for his movement. Zoroaster is in all later writings represented as a demigod, a fact which suggested to Professor Darmesteter the idea that he was a mythical figure. Nevertheless, and although we know little of Zoroaster's life, we 51. Have the documentary evidence in the Gathas that he was a real historical personality. Professor V. Williams Jackson, in an essay on the date of Zoroaster I, arrives at the conclusion that he lived between the latter half of the 7th and the middle of the 6th century, and Drew West II points out that the calendar reform, in which the old Persian names of the months were supplanted by Zoroastrian names, was introduced in the year 505 BC. This proves that the kings of the Achaemenian dynasty were Zoroastrians. 3. Professor Jackson says, the kingdom of Bactria was the scene of Zoroaster's zealous ministry, as I presume. Born, as I believe, in Atropatene, to the west of Media, this prophet without honor in his own country met with a congenial soil for the seeds of his teaching in eastern Iran. His ringing voice of reform and of a nobler faith found an answering echo in the heart of the Bactrian king Vishtespa, whose strong arm gave necessary support to the crusade that spread the new faith west and east throughout the land of Iran. Allusions to this crusade are not uncommon in Zoroastrian literature. Its advance must have been rapid. A fierce religious war, which in a way was fatal to Bactria, seems to have ensued with Tron. This was that same savage race in history at whose door the death of victorious Cyrus is laid. Although tradition tells us the sad story that the fire of the sacred altar was quenched in the blood of the priests when Tron stormed Bork, this momentary defeat was but the gathering. 52. Force of victory, triumph was at hand. The spiritual spark of regeneration lingered among the embers and was destined soon to burst into the flame of Persian power that swept over decaying Media and formed the beacon torch that lighted up the land of Iran in early history. The Gathas are hymns. They are a product of the 5th and 6th centuries before Christ, the authenticity of which is sufficiently proved not only by the later Persian literature, the Pahlavi books, but also by Greek authors, especially by passages quoted in Plutarch and Diogenes Laertes from Theopompus, who wrote at the end of the 4th century before Christ. The Gathas profess to be written by Zoroaster, who appears in them not as a demigod but as a struggling and suffering man, sometimes elated by the grandeur of his aspirations, firmly convinced of his prophetic mission, and then again dejected and full of doubt as to the final success of the movement to which he devoted all his energies. Says Professor L. H. Mill, the translator of the Gathas. Their doctrines and exhortations concern an actual religious movement taking place contemporaneously with their composition, and that movement was exceptionally pure and most earnest. That any forgery is present in the Gathas, any desire to palm off doctrines upon the sacred community in the name of the great prophet, as in the Vendidad and later Yasna, is quite out of the question. The Gathas are genuine in their mass. There were two religious parties in the days of Zoroaster, the worshippers of the Devas or nature gods, and the worshippers of Ara, the Lord. Zoroaster appears in the Gathas as a priest of the highest rank who became the leader of the Ara party. Zoroaster not only degraded the old nature gods, the Devas, into demons. 53. But also regarded them as representatives of a fiendish power which he called Angromaniush, or Ahriman, which means the evil spirit, and Druj, one i.e., falsehood. The Scythians in the plains of northern Asia, the most dangerous neighbors of Persia, worshipped their highest deity under the symbol of a serpent, and it was natural that the snake Afrasiab, to the god of the enemy, became identified with the arch-fiend Ahriman. The Persians are often erroneously called fire worshippers, but it goes without saying that as the sun is not a god and cannot, according to Zoroaster, in and for itself receive divine honor or be worshipped, so the flame which is lit in praise of Ahura Mazda is a symbol only of him who is the light of the soul and the principle of all goodness. Zoroaster taught that Ahriman was not created by Ahura, but that he was possessed of independent existence. The evil spirit, to be sure, was not equal to the Lord in dignity, nor even in power. Nevertheless, both were creative, and both were original in being themselves uncreated. They were the representatives of contradictory principles. And this doctrine constitutes the dualism of the Persian religion, which is most unmistakably expressed in the words of the 30th Yasna. 3. Well known are the two primeval spirits correlated but independent, one is the better and the other is the worse as to thought, as to word, as to deed, and between these two let the wise choose aright. 54. Ahura Mazda, the omniscient Lord, reveals himself through the excellent, the pure and stirring word. 1. On the rock inscription of Elvand, which had been made by the order of King Darius, we read these lines too. There is one God, omnipotent Ahura Mazda. It is he who has created the earth here. It is he who has created the heaven there. It is he who has created mortal man. The noble spirit of Zoroaster's religion appears from the following formula, which was in common use among the Persians and served as an introduction to every liturgic worship. 3. May Ahura be rejoiced. May Angro be destroyed by those who do truly what is God's all-important will. I praise well-considered thoughts, well-spoken words, and well-done deeds. I embrace all good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. I reject all evil thoughts, evil words, and evil deeds. I give sacrifice and prayer unto you, O Ameshaspentar. For even with the fullness of my thoughts, of my words, of my deeds, and of my heart, I give unto you even my own life. 55. I recite the praise of holiness the Ashmvahu. 1. Holiness is the best of all good. Well is it for it, well is it for that holiness which is perfection of holiness. I confess myself a worshipper of Mazda, a follower of Zarathustra, one who hates the devas, devils, and obeys the laws of Ahura. Lenormand characterizes the god of Zoroaster as follows. Ahura Mazda has created Asher, purity, or rather the cosmic order. He has created both the moral and material world constitution. He has made the universe. He has made the law. He is, in a word, creator, data, sovereign, Ahura, omniscient, Mazda, the god of order, Ashavan. He corresponds exactly to Varuna, the highest god of Vedism. This spiritual conception of the Supreme Being is absolutely pure in the Avesta, and the expressions that Ormuzd has the sun for his eye, the heaven for his garment, the lightning for his sons, the waters for his spouses, are unequivocally allegorical. Creator of all things, Ormuzd is himself uncreated and eternal. He had no beginning and will have no end. He has accomplished his creation work by pronouncing the word the Aunavario, onova i.e., the word that existed before everything else, reminding us of the eternal word, the divine logos of the Gospel. Historientia and el Orient, v. 388. 56. Concerning Ahriman, Lenormand says, the creation came forth from the hands of Ormuzd, pure and perfect like himself. It was Ahriman who perverted it by his infamous influence, and labored continually to destroy and overthrow it, for he is the destroyer, pure marker, as well as the spirit of evil. The struggle between these two principles, of good and of evil, constitutes the world's history. In Ahriman we find again the old wrathful serpent of the Indo-Iranian period, who is the personification of evil and who in Vedism, under the name of Ahi, is regarded as an individual being. The myth of the serpent and the legends of the Avesta are mingled in Ahriman under the name of Ajidahaka, who is said to have attacked Atta, Tritana, and Yama, but is himself dethroned. It is the source of the Greek myth that Apollo slays the dragon Python. The Indo-Iranian religion knows only the struggle that was carried on in the atmosphere between the fire god and the serpent demon Afrasiab. And it was, according to Professor Darmesteter, the doctrine of this struggle, which, when generalized and applied to all things in the world, finally led to the establishment of dualism. Says James Darmesteter, the translator of the Zend-Avesta. There were two general ideas at the bottom of the Indo-Iranian religion: first, that there is a law in nature, and secondly, that there is a war in nature, sacred books of the East, 4, Lei. The law in nature proves the wisdom of Ara, who is therefore called Mazda, the wise. The war in nature is due to the intrusion of Ahriman into the creation of Ara. The fire sacrifice was accompanied by partaking of the Hauma drink, a ceremony which reminds us on the one hand of the Sama sacrifice of the Vedic age in India and on the other hand of the Lord's Supper of the Christians. 57. We know through the sacred scriptures of the Persians that little cakes, the drono, covered with small pieces of holy meat, the myazda, were consecrated in the name of a spiritual being, a god or angel, or of some great deceased personality, and then distributed among all the worshippers that were present. But more sacred still than the drono with the myazda is the hauma drink, which was prepared from the white hauma plant, also called galkarina. Says Professor Darmesteter, it is by the drinking of galkarina that men, on the day of the resurrection, will become immortal. The way in which the Persian sacrament of drinking the galkarina was still celebrated in the times of early Christianity, must have been very similar to the Christian communion, for Justinus, when speaking of the Lord's Supper among the Christians, adds that this very solemnity, too, the evil spirits have introduced in the mysteries of Mithra. After death, according to the Zoroastrian doctrine, the soul must pass over Sinvatopatash, that is, the accountant's bridge where its future fate is decided. This bridge stretches over the yawning abyss of hell, from the peak of judgment to the divine Mount Albaz, and becomes, according to the most common statements of the doctrine, broad to the good, a pathway of 9 javelins in breadth, while to the wicked it is like the edge of a razor. Evildoers fall into the power of Ahriman and are doomed to hell, the good enter Garodimana, the life of bliss, while those in whom good and evil are equal, remain in an intermediate state, the Harmastakans of the Pahlavi books, until the Great Judgment Day, called aka 58. The most characteristic features of the Persian religion after the lifetime of Zoroaster consist in the teaching that a great crisis is near at hand, which will lead to the renovation of the world, called Frashokeratai in the Avesta, and Frashakat in Pahlavi. Saviors will come, born of the seed of Zoroaster, and in the end the great Savior who will bring about the resurrection of the dead. He will be the son of a virgin and the all-conquering. His name shall be the victorious, Vrithrajan, righteousness incarnate, Astvatirita, and the Saviour, Saushyant. Then the living shall become immortal, yet their bodies will be transfigured so that they will cast no shadows, and the dead shall rise, within their lifeless bodies incorporate life shall be restored. Father 4. 3. 1. The Persian belief in the advent of a savior who will make mankind immortal seems to reappear in an intenser form in the days of John the Baptist and Jesus of Nazareth, who preached that the kingdom of heaven is near at hand. St. Paul still believed that the second advent of Christ would take place during his own lifetime. The dead who sleep in the Lord be resurrected, and the bodies of those that are still in the flesh will be transfigured and become immortal. The influence of Zoroaster's religion upon Judaism and early Christianity cannot be doubted. Not only does the original text of the Book of Ezra directly declare that Cyrus, the king, built the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, where they worship him with the eternal fire. 59. Paragraph continues, but there are many Jewish ceremonies preserved to the present day, which bear a close resemblance to the ritual of ancient Mazdaism. In addition, there is a documentary evidence preserved in the Arabic Gospel of the Infancy, chapter 7, that the Magi came from the fast to Jerusalem according to a prophecy of Zoroaster. The Persian world conception, like the religion of the Jews, was too abstract to favor any artistic development. 1. Therefore we do not possess representations of an Assyrian cameo. An Assyrian cameo. Assyrian cylinder. Assyrian cylinder. A Persian cameo. A Persian cameo. Lajad, Cult de Mithra, PLXXX. Number 7. Lenormant, v. 248. Either good or evil spirits which are exclusively and peculiarly Persian. Even the picture of Ahura Mazda, as we find it on various bas-reliefs, is not based upon a conception that could be said to be regarded as original. The figure from which the bust of the god of light and goodness rises can be traced to Assyrian emblems, and may, for all we know, be of Akkadian origin. There is, for instance, an Assyrian cylinder which represents a 60. worshipper standing before the idol of a god. Behind him is the tree of life and a priest carrying in his left hand a rosary, while the deity hovers above them in a similar shape to the Ahura Mazda pictures of the Persians. Ahura Mazda is pictured as a winged disc without any head, in the style of Chaldean sun pictures, in a cameo representing him as worshipped by two sphinxes, between whom the sacred Hauma plant is seen, c. 59. In another cameo, c. 59, he appears as a human. Sculptures on a royal tomb. Costit Flandin, Pers Ancient, at Persepolis, pl. 164. Lenormant, v. 23. Sculptures on a royal tomb. Costit Flandin, Pers Ancient, at Persepolis, pl. 164. Lenormant, v. 23. Figure without wings, rising from a crescent that hovers above the sacrificial fire. Above him is a picture of the sun, and before him stands a priest or a king in an attitude of adoration. There are some magnificent representations of Ahura Mazda on ancient Persian monuments, which claim our special attention. There is a loftiness and majesty about 61. Bas-relief of Persepolis. After Costit Flandin, Pers Ancient, pl. 156. From Lenormant, v. 485. Bas-relief of Persepolis. After Costit Flandin, Pers Ancient, pl. 156. From Lenormant, v. 485. 62. His appearance, which lifts his picture above the Assyrian conception of deities. In his hands he holds either a ring or the short royal staff of rulers, appearing at the top like a lotus flower. Professor V. Williams Jackson explains the ring in the hands of Ahura Mazda as the circle of sovereignty one and interprets the loop with streamers in which the figure floats as a variation of the same idea, for in some of the pictures it appears as a chaplet, or waist garland with ribbons. 2. It is not possible that the loop with streamers is originally a disc representing the disc of the sun after the fashion of Egyptian temple decorations. At any rate, there are a great number of Assyrian sculptures of the same type which are unequivocally representations of the sun. A cylinder, published in Lajad's Cult de Mithra, plate Xlix. No. 2, illustrating the myth of god Idubar's descent to Hasisatra, shows the two scorpion genii of the horizon watching the rise and the setting of the sun. Here the sun appears, like the figure from which Ahura Mazda rises, as a winged disk with feather tail and streamers. In addition, we find the same picture in the deity that protects the tree of life, which can only signify the benign influence of the sun on plants, c. 36, and the old Babylonian cylinder representing Merodach's fight with the evil spirit that darkens. 63. The moon, c. 37, shows the feathered dial in this same conventional shape covered with clouds. 1. A representation of Ahriman has not yet been discovered among the Persian antiquities. There is, however, a bas-relief in Persepolis which depicts the king in the act of slaying a unicorn. The monster is very similar to the Assyrian Tiamat, c. 41, and we cannot doubt that the Persian sculptor imitated the style of his Assyrian predecessors. The king slaying a unicorn. Bas-relief of Persepolis. The king slaying a unicorn. Bas-relief of Persepolis. We have little information concerning the origin of Zoroaster's dualism, but we can nevertheless reconstruct it at least in rough outlines. For there are witnesses left, even today, of the historical past of the old Persian religion. A sect called the Yzdids are the fossil representatives of the devil worship that preceded the purer notions of the Zoroastrian worship prevailing in the Zend-Avesta. Following the authority of a German traveler, Tyler says, Primitive Culture, Volume 2, 329. The Yzdids or Yezidis, the so-called devil worshippers, still remain a numerous though oppressed people in Mesopotamia and adjacent countries. Their adoration of the sun and horror of defiling fire accord with the idea of a Persian origin of their religion. Persian is equals God, an origin underlying more superficial admixture. 64. Of Christian and Muslim elements. This remarkable sect is distinguished by a special form of dualism. While recognizing the existence of a supreme being, their peculiar reverence is given to Satan, chief of the angelic host, who now has the means of doing evil to mankind, and in his restoration will have the power of rewarding them. Will not Satan then reward the poor Yzdids, who alone have never spoken ill of him, and have suffered so much for him? Martyrdom for the rights of Satan! Exclaims the German traveler, to whom an old white-bearded devil worshipper thus set forth the hopes of his religion. This peculiar creed of the Yzdids is similar to the religion of devil-worshipping savages in so far as the recognition of the good powers is not entirely lacking, but it is, as it were, a merely negative element. The positive importance of goodness is not yet recognized. It is probable that the Persians in prehistoric times were as much devil worshippers as are the Yazidis. The Devas, the deities of the irresistible forces of nature, were pacified by sacrifices. A recognition of the power of moral endeavor as represented in the personified virtues, the Amesha Spenta, was the product of a slow development. Thus in Persia the devil worship of the Devas yielded to the higher religion of God worship, and this change marks a decided step in advance, resulting soon afterwards in the Persians becoming one of the leading nations of the world. Israel. Azazel, the god of the desert. The primitive stages of the Hebrew civilization are not sufficiently known to describe the changes and phases which the Israelitic idea of the Godhead had to undergo before it reached the purity of the Yahweh conception. Yet the Israelites also must have had a demon not unlike the Egyptian Typhon, for the custom of sacrificing a goat to Azazel, the demon of the desert, suggests that the Israelites had just emerged from a dualism in which both principles were regarded as equal. We read in Leviticus 16. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, one for the Lord, and the other for Azazel. And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which the Lord's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell for Azazel, shall be presented alive before the Lord, to make atonement with him and to let him go to Azazel in the desert. The name Azazel is derived from Aziz, which means strength, and El, God. The god of war at Edessa is called Asisos, the strong one. Bal-Aziz was the 66. Strong god, and Rosh Aziz, the head of the strong one, is the name of a promontory on the Phoenician coast. Azazel, accordingly, means the strength of God. The mention of Azazel must be regarded as a last remnant of a prior dualism. Azazel, the god of the desert, ceased to be the strong god, and became a mere shadow of his former power, for the scapegoat is no longer a sacrifice. Yahweh's goat alone is offered for a sin offering, while the scapegoat carries out into the desert the curse of the people's sin, and thus the worship of Azazel changed into a mere recognition of his existence. These sacrificial ceremonies, however, which, on account of their being parts of religious performances, were only reluctantly discarded, are the lingering vestiges in Hebrew literature of an older dualism in which the power of evil received an equal share of worship with the power of good. Superstitions. The Old Testament contains many noble ideas and great truths. Indeed, it is a most remarkable collection of religious books, than which there is none more venerable in the literature of the world. Yet there are tares among the wheat, and many lamentable errors were, even by some of the leaders of the old Israelites, regarded as essential parts of their religion. The writers of the Bible not only made God responsible for, and accessory to, the crimes which their own people committed, e.g., theft, Exodus 11, and murder and rape, Numbers 17-18. But they cherished also the same superstitions that were commonly in vogue among savages. Thus the 67. Custom of burying people alive under foundation stones is mentioned as having been sanctioned by the God of Israel. When Jericho was destroyed at the special command of God, all its inhabitants were slain, both man and woman, young and old, and ox and sheep and ass, with the sole exception of Rahab, a disreputable woman who had betrayed the city into the hands of the enemies of her countrymen. And Joshua adjured the people, saying, Cursed be the man before the Lord, that riseth up and buildeth this city Jericho. he shall lay the foundation thereof in his firstborn, and in his youngest son shall he set up the gates of it. Jericho, however, was sure to be rebuilt sooner or later, for, being the key to Palestine, and commanding the entrance into the country from the desert routes, it was too important both for commercial and strategic purposes to be left in ruins, and the man who undertook the work was still superstitious and savage enough to heed Joshua's curse, we read in the first book of Kings, with reference to the reign of Ahab, Char 1634. In his days, Hiel the Bethelite built Jericho. He laid the foundation stones thereof in Abiram, his firstborn, and set up the gates thereof in his youngest son, Segub, according to the word of the Lord which he spake by Joshua, the son of Nun. The terrible witch prosecutions which in the Middle Ages harassed Christianity have their root in passages of the Old Testament. The laws of Exodus, Xy 18, provide capital punishment for witchcraft, and the same command is repeated in Leviticus, where we read 68. The soul that turneth after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Lev XX 6. A man also or a woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them. Lev XX 27. In spite of the severity of the law against wizards and witches, the Israelites were always inclined to resort. Saul and the Witch of Endor. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. Saul and the Witch of Endor. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. To their hell Saul, who had done his best to exterminate soothsayers, Isam 8:9, when in greatest anxiety, called on the Witch of Endor. It is evident from various passages that the Israelites believed in evil spirits dwelling in darkness and waste places. See Lev 17:7, Deut XXX 17, Ibxxy 17. 69. Paragraph continues, 2 Chron. 11:15, Isaiah 13. 21, Ib. Xxiv 14, J. 139, Psalms Kv. 37. Their names are Surim, chimeras or goat spirits, Lilith, the nightly one, Shaddim, demons. The Surim remind us of Assyrian pictures which represent evil spirits in the shape of goats. It is difficult to say whether these various demons of the Hebrews. Assyrian goat demons. Carvings on a boulder. After Lenormand. Assyrian goat demons. Carvings on a boulder. After Lenormand. Are to be regarded as the residuum of a lower religious stage preceding the period of the monotheistic Yahweh cult, or as witnesses to the existence of superstitions which certainly haunted the imagination of the uncultured not less in those days than they do now in this age of advanced civilization. Apparently the rise of a purer religion was slow and 70. The habits of a savage age were long lingering. The vestiges of devil worship with several of its most bestial rites and even human sacrifices continued to exist even when a more radiant light began to shine in the world. Satan. When Azazel began to be neglected, Satan rose into existence. The belief in a god of evil was replaced by the belief in all evil demon. And Satan, the tempter and originator of all evil, was naturally identified with the serpent that was more subtle than ally beast of the field, Genesis 3:1. Satan, the fiend, as a name in the sense of devil, is rarely mentioned in the Old Testament. The word Satan, which means enemy, is freely used, but, as a proper name, signifying the devil, appears only 5 times. And it is noteworthy that the same event is, in 2 parallel passages, attributed, in the older one to Yahweh, and in the younger one, to Satan. We read in 2 Samuel ksiv. 1. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, Go, number Israel and Judah. The same fact is mentioned in 1 Chron. Ksi 1. Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. In all the older books of Hebrew literature, especially in the Pentateuch, Satan is not mentioned at all. All acts of punishment, revenge, and temptation are performed by Yahweh himself, or by his angel at his direct. 71. Command. So the temptation of Abraham, the slaughter of the firstborn in Egypt, the brimstone and fire rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah, the evil spirit which came upon Saul, the pestilence to punish David, all these things are expressly said to have come from God. Even the perverse spirit which made the Egyptians Isaiah 19:14, the lying spirit which was in the mouths of the prophets of Ahab, 1 Kings XY 23, see also 2 Chron 18:20-22, ignorance and indifference, Isaiah 6:10, are directly attributed to acts of God. The prophet Zechariah speaks of Satan as an angel whose office it is to accuse and to demand the punishment of the wicked. In the book of Job, where the most poetical and grandest picture of the evil one is found, Satan appears as a malicious servant of God, who enjoys performing the functions of a tempter, torturer, and avenger. He accuses unjustly, like a state's attorney who prosecutes from a mere habit of prosecution, and delights in convicting even the innocent, while God's justice and goodness are not called in question. It is noteworthy that Satan, in the canonical books of the Old Testament, is an adversary of man, but not of God. He is a subject of God and God's faithful servant. The Jewish idea of Satan received some additional features from the attributes of the gods of surrounding nations. Nothing is more common in history than the change of the deities of hostile nations into demons of evil. In this way Beelzebub, the Phoenician god, became another name for Satan, and Hinnom, i.e. Gehenna, the place where Moloch had been worshipped, in the valley of Tophet, became the Hebrew name for hell in 72. Place of the word Sheol, the world of the dead underground. The idol of Moloch was made of brass, and its stomach was a furnace. According to the prophets, Islai 5, Es 16:20, Jer 19:5, children were placed in the monster's arms to be consumed by the heat of the idol. The cries of the victims were drowned by drums, from which, Toph meaning drum, the place was called Tophet. Even the king, Manasseh, long after David, made his son pass through the fire of Moloch, 2 Kings XC. 1 Josiah endeavored to make an end of this terrible practice by defiling Tophet, in the valley of the children of Hinnom, 2 Kings XXXII 10. Thus the very name of this foreign deity naturally and justly became among the Israelites the symbol of abomination and fiendish superstition. The historical connection of Israel's religion with the mythologies of Assyria and Babylon begins now to be better understood, since we have learned to decipher the ancient cuneiform records. There are many most significant reminiscences of Bel-Merodach's combat with Tiamat left in the Old Testament, and Hemangungkal, after having given a literal translation of the several passages with explanatory comments, says, Skopfung und Chaos, 88. Nowhere in extant literature is the myth of Yahweh's combat with the dragon actually narrated. Judaism, the distinctive work of which was the collection of the canon, did not admit myths that 73. Savored of heat hendom. Nevertheless, the fact that in all the passages that speak of the dragon the myth is not portrayed but simply presupposed, proves that it was very well known and very popular with the people. The absence of the myth in the canon, and this in the interest of the Christian reader, need not be deplored, is distinct and conclusive evidence that we possess in our Old Testament a fragment only of the old religious literature. The seven-armed candlestick showing the monsters of the D. The seven-armed candlestick showing the monsters of the D. The myth was from the very beginning in Israel a hymn to Yahweh. The Yahweh hymn therefore is the favorite place for making reference to the dragon myth, of which we have a beautiful instance in Psalm 6. The poet that portrays Yahweh as oppression of humanity, Job XL it seek. 9:13, 16:13, also Psalm Civilian, the prophet that terrorizes the sinning people with pictures of Yahweh's omnipotence, 9, he that arouses the people languishing under a foreign dominion, Isaiah 9 it seek. All make direct reference to Yahweh's power even over the dragon. 1. It is noteworthy that the seven-armed candlestick of the Arch of Titus contains on its base figures of dragons, which we may justly assume to be Leviathan, Behemoth, and Rahab, the mythological monsters of Israel. Brahmanism and Hinduism. India, the primitive home of religion and philosophy, exhibits as strong a tendency for monism as the Persian nation has shown for dualism. But the ancient monism of India is apt to lose itself in pantheism, a theory according to which the all alone, or rather the conception of the absolute as the all, is possessed of reality, while all concrete existences are considered as a mere sham, an illusion, a dream. 1. The polytheism of the popular Hinduism too is practically a pantheism in which the various deities are regarded as aspects of the one and all, in which a discrimination between good and evil is entirely lost sight of. Thus the struggle between good and evil is contemplated as a process of repeated God incarnations made necessary, according to the idea of the Brahmins, by the appearance of tyranny and injustice, lack of reverence for the priests, encroachments of the warrior caste. 75. On the supremacy of the Brahmins, or some other disorder. While the enemies of the gods, giants, demons. The Brahman Trimurti. Underneath the marks of the sects of Vishnu, 1-12, Siva, 13-30, Rama, 36, Durga, 31-32, and the Trimurti, 33-35. After Coleman. The Brahman Trimurti. Underneath the marks of the sects of Vishnu, 1-12, Siva, 13-30, Rama, 36, Durga, 31-32, and the Trimurti, 33-35. After Coleman. And other monsters are not radically bad, and cannot be regarded as devils in the sense of the Christian Satan. 76. The Brahman gods in their turn are by no means the representatives of pure goodness. Not only do they frequently assume shapes that to the taste of any Western nation would be exceedingly ugly and diabolical, but the same deities who in one aspect are beneficent powers of life, are in another respect demons of destruction. Brahm, the highest god of Brahmanism, represents the all, or the abstract idea of being. He is conceived as a trinity which is called Trimurti, consisting of Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva. Brahma. Fragment of a ka. Musigimit. Brahma. Fragment of a ka. Musigimit. Brahma, the first originated of all beings, the Lord of all creatures, the Father of all the universes, is the Divine Mind who is the beginning of all. He is called Aja, the not born, because he has originated, but was not begotten. Brahma originated from Tat, i.e., undifferentiated being, in which he existed from eternity in an embryonic form. Brahma's consort, Sarasvati, also called Brahmi or Brahmini, is the goddess of poetry, learning, and music. Brahma is the creator of man. We are told in the Yajurveda that the god produced from himself the soul, which is accordingly a part of his own being, and clothed it with a body, a process which is reported in the reverse. 77. Order in the Hebrew Genesis, where Elohim creates first the body and then breathes the life into the body, which makes of man a living soul. Brahma and Saraswati. Reproduced from Hermann Goll. Brahma and Saraswati. Reproduced from Hermann Goll. Brahma is pictured with 4 heads and 4 hands, in which he holds a spoon, a sacrificial basin, a rosary, and the Vedas. One of the 4 hands is frequently represented as empty. He sits on a lotus which grows from Vishnu's navel, representing the spirit that broods over the waters. Brahma keeps the first place in the speculations of philosophers, where he is identified with the life breath of the world, the Atman or self that appears in man's soul, but he has not exercised a great influence on the people. The gods of the people must be less abstract, more concrete and more human. Thus it is natural that Vishnu, the second person of the Trinity, the deity of avatars or incarnations, is, for all practical purposes, by far more important than Brahma. Vishnu appears in the following 10 incarnations. 1. In the first incarnation, called the Matsya avatar, Vishnu assumes the form of a fish in order to recover the Vedas stolen by evil demons and bidden in the floods of a deluge that covered the whole earth. This incarnation, 78, is of interest because we read in the Pistis Sophia, one of the most important Gnostic books, that the books of Iou, which were dictated by God to Enoch in paradise, were preserved by Kalapatoroth from destruction in the deluge. 1. In order to enable the gods to procure the immortality-giving drink, Amrita, Vishnu appeared as an immense Vishnu, Lakshmi, and Brahma. Vishnu reclines on a flower, supported by the serpent Ananta, a symbol of eternity, floating on the primeval waters of the undifferentiated world substance. After a native illustration, reproduced from Hermann Goll. Vishnu, Lakshmi, and Brahma. Vishnu reclines on a flower, supported by the serpent Ananta, a symbol of eternity, floating on the primeval waters of the undifferentiated world substance. After a native illustration, reproduced from Hermann Goll. Tortoise in the Kamavatar, his second incarnation. He lifted on his back the world pillar, the mountain Mandaras, and the world serpent, Vajuki, or Anantas, i.e., infinite, was wound about it like a rope. The gods seized the tail, the demons, deities, the head, and they. 79. The Matsya avatar or fish incarnation. the Matsya avatar or fish incarnation, the Kam avatar or tortoise incarnation, the Kam avatar or tortoise incarnation, the Varaha avatar or wild boar incarnation, the Varaha avatar or wild boar incarnation, the Narasimha avatar or man-lion incarnation, the Narasimha avatar or man-lion incarnation. 180. Began to churn the ocean, which produced Vishnu's gem, Kaustubha, Varanani, the goddess of the sea, the apsaras, lovely sprites, corresponding to the Greek nymphs, Indra's horse, with 7 heads, Kamadhanu, the cow of plenty, Airavata, Indra's elephant, the tree of abundance, Chandra, the god of the moon, Sura, the goddess of wine, and, filially, Dhanvantari, the Indian Aesculapius, who is in possession of the water of life. The serpent began now to spit venom, which blinded the demons, while the gods drank the Amrita. Lakshmi, the goddess of beauty, Musigimit. Lakshmi, the goddess of beauty, Musigimit. Varanani, when conceived as goddess of beauty, is called Lakshmi or Shri, and it is noteworthy that like Aphrodite of the Greeks she originates from the froth of the ocean. The third incarnation is the Varaha avatar, in which Vishnu, in the shape of a wild boar, kills, with his tusks, the demon Hiranyaksha, who threatened to destroy the world. Hiranyaksha's brother, Hiranyakasipu, had a son by the name of Prahlada, who was a pious devotee of 81. Vishnu. The unnatural father tried to kill his son, but the latter escaped all danger because he did not cease to pray to Vishnu. When Hiranyakasipu expressed a doubt of Vishnu's omnipresence, mockingly declaring that he could not possibly be in a column to which he pointed, the wrathful god decided to punish the scoffer. The column rent in twain, and Vishnu, proceeding from its interior in the shape of a monster half man half lion, tore Hiranyakasipu to pieces. This fourth incarnation is called the Narasimha avatar. Its moral is to impress upon the people the sad fate of those who do not believe in Vishnu. Vishnu Narasimha. Fragment of a car. Musigimit. Vishnu Narasimha. Fragment of a car. Musigimit. Prahlada's grandson, Balis, was a pious king, but on that very account dangerous to the gods, for he was just about to complete the 100th grand sacrifice, by which he would have acquired sufficient power to dethrone Indra. Vishnu came to the assistance of the god of heaven and appeared before Balis as a dwarf in guise of a Brahmin mendicant. Balis honored him with presents and promised to fulfill his desire, whereupon the dwarf requested 3 paces of ground. This was gladly granted under a rigid oath that would be binding on gods and men. Then the dwarf assumed a huge shape and stepped with the first pace over the whole earth, with 82. The second over the atmosphere, with the third into the infinity of the heavens. This is the reason why Vishnu is called Tripadas, or Trivikramas, the 3-paced god. Thus Balis was prevented completing the 100th sacrifice, and Indra was again safe on his throne. This dwarf incarnation is called the Vamana avatar. Hanuman, the monkey king, building the bridge over the strait between India and Lanka. Reproduced from Hermann Gold. Hanuman, the monkey king, building the bridge over the strait between India and Lanka. Reproduced from Hermann Gold. The 6th incarnation, called the Parashura avatar, is historical in its character, for it reflects the struggles between the warrior caste and the Brahmins for supremacy. It is said that Jamadagni, a pious Brahmin, had received from the gods the miraculous cow, Kamadupha, or Surabhi, which provided him, his wife, Renuka, and their son, Rama, with every luxury. Kartaviraya, a king of the warrior caste, visits him, and seeing the 83. The Vamana avatar or dwarf incarnation. The Vamana avatar or dwarf incarnation. The Parashura avatar or battle axe incarnation. The Parashura avatar or battle axe incarnation. The Ramachandra avatar. Vishnu and his incarnation in Ramachandra, assisted by the monkey king Hanuman, vanquish Ravana. The Ramachandra avatar. Vishnu and his incarnation in Ramachandra, assisted by the monkey king Hanuman, vanquish Ravana. The Krishna avatar. Vishnu is born as Krishna and miraculously saved from the prosecutions of the tyrant of Mathura. The Krishna avatar. Vishnu is born as Krishna and miraculously saved from the prosecutions of the tyrant of Mathura. 84. Wealth of the Brahmin, tries to take the cow from him, but the cow kills all who dare to approach her, and rises into heaven, whereupon Kartaviraya in his wrath slays the pious Jamadagni. Rama, the son of the murdered Brahmin, invokes Vishnu's help for the punishment of the wicked king, and the god not only presents him with a bow and a battle axe, which latter is called in Sanskrit Parakas, the Greek, hence the name of this avatar, but also incarnates himself in Rama. Kartaviraya is described as being in possession of 1,000 arms, wielding 1,000 weapons, but Rama, endowed with the divine powers of Vishnu, conquers him after a decisive struggle. The Monkey King Sugriva fighting. Reproduced from Coleman. The Monkey King Sugriva fighting. Reproduced from Coleman. The Ramachandra avatar has taken a firm hold on the Indian mind, and is described in the Ramayana, an epic which is the Hindu Odyssey, to the narrative of which the legend of Rama bears a great resemblance. Ramachandra lived with his wife Sita, frequently regarded as an incarnation of Lakshmi, and with his half-brother Lakshmana in the wilderness of the south, where he had withdrawn in order to obey his father, who had unjustly banished him and appointed Bharata, another son of his, as heir to the throne. The demon king, Ravana, waged war against Rama, and carried off Sita while he and his brother were hunting. It is impossible to relate here Rama's adventures in detail, how he fought. 85. With giants and demons, how the monkey kings, Alugriva and Hanuman, became his allies, how Hanuman jumped Vishnu and Sri Lakshmi as Ramachandra and Sita after their happy reunion. Reproduced from Coleman. Vishnu and Sri Lakshmi as Ramachandra and Sita after their happy reunion. Reproduced from Coleman. Over to Lanka, the island of Ceylon, to reconnoiter the enemy's country, how the monkeys built a bridge over the strait by throwing stones into the water, Rama. 86. Pursued Ravana to Lanka, and finally how he vanquished Ravana and recovered his faithful wife Sita. Like the sixth avatar, the Ramachandra avatar probably contains historical reminiscences. It also resembles both the Trojan War and the Gudrun Saga, the epics of Western nations that relate the story of an abducted wife. The mythical part of all these stories describes the wanderings of the sun god in search of his consort, the moon. Hanuman reciting his adventures to Ramachandra and Sita. Reproduced from Coleman. Hanuman reciting his adventures to Ramachandra and Sita. Reproduced from Coleman. In his 8th incarnation, the Krishna avatar, Vishnu has reached the ideal man-god of the Hindus. Kansa, called Kalankura, i.e., crane, the tyrant of Mathura, receives the prophecy that the 8th son of his sister, Devaki, will take his throne. He therefore decides to kill all the children of his sister. Her 8th son, Krishna, however, was an incarnation of Vishnu, who spoke at once after his birth, comforted his mother, and gave directions to his father, Vasudeva, how to save him. Vasudeva carried the infant, protected by the serpent king, over the river Jamuna, and exchanged him in Gokula for a girl which Yasuda had just born to the cowherd Nanda. Kansa seized at once the girl baby, but before he could kill her she raised herself into the air, explained to the wrathful king that Krishna had been saved, and disappeared in the form of lightning. Kansa now decided. 87. Krishna nursed by Devaki. After an old and richly colored Hindu painting. Reproduced from Moore's Hindu Pantheon, Plate 59. Krishna nursed by Devaki. After an old and richly colored Hindu painting. Reproduced from Moore's Hindu Pantheon, Plate 59. To have all the babies in his empire killed, but Krishna escaped again. A demon nurse was sent to poison him with her venomous milk, but be bit and killed her, while his stepfather decided to remove to a more distant country in order to escape the continued hostilities of the king. Krishna slew the huge serpent, Kalanaga, overcame the giant Shishupolu, killed the monster bird that tried to peck out his eyes, and also a malignant wild ass. He also burnt the entrails of the alligator-shaped Pekasort who had devoured him, and choked Agyasaur, the dragon who attempted to swallow him. When Krishna had grown to youth he became the favorite of the lasses of Gokula. When he played the flute every one of the dancing girls believed that the swain whom she embraced was Krishna himself. He fell in love with the country girl Radha, the story of which is sung in the Jagadeva's poem, Jata Govinda. He protected the cowherds against storm and fire, and finally marched against Kansa, killed him and took possession of his throne. Krishna plays also a prominent part in the Mahabharata. 88. Krishna. As a shepherd lad playing the flute is missing. Bronze statue. Musigimit. Krishna. As a shepherd lad playing the flute is missing. Bronze statue. Musigimit. The Iliad of the Hindus, which describes the war between the Kurush and the Pandus, won both descendants of Bharata and both grandchildren of Vyasa. Dhritarashtra, the father of the Kurush, was king of Hastinapur, but being blind, Bhishma, his uncle, reigned in his stead. After a test of the faculties of the young princes, in which the Pandu Arjuna, the skilled bowman and the Hindu Tel, showed himself superior to all the others, the oldest Pandu prince, Yudhishthira, was installed as heir apparent. The Kurush, however, who managed to remain in power, tried to burn the Pandus, but they escaped and lived for some time in the disguise of mendicant Brahmins. Having allied themselves, by marriage with Draupadi, to the daughter of Drupada, king of Panchala, with a powerful monarch, the Pandus reappeared at Hastinapur and induced Dhritarashtra to divide the kingdom between his sons, the Kurush, and his nephews, the Pandus, but at a festival, held at Hastinapa, Yudhishthira, the chief. 89. Of the Pandus, staked in a game of dice his kingdom, all his possessions, and Draupadi herself, and lost everything. The Kurush promised their cousins to return their share of the kingdom after 13 years, if they would live 12 years with Draupadi in the forest and remain another year in exile. But when this period had elapsed, the Kurush refused to give up the country or any part of. Krishna, the favorite of the country lasses of Gokula. Reproduced from Coleman. Krishna, the favorite of the country lasses of Gokula. Reproduced from Coleman. It, and thus the war became unavoidable. Then Duryodhana, the Kuru prince, and Arjuna, the main hero of the Pandus, called on Krishna for succor and assistance. Krishna decided not to take an active part in the fight himself, but left to Arjuna, whom he had seen first, the 90. Choice between his, Krishna's, company as a mere advisor or his, Krishna's, army of 100 million warriors. Krishna's adventures. Reproduced from Coleman. Krishna's adventures. Reproduced from Coleman. Arjuna chose Krishna himself, and left the 100 million warriors to his rivals, the Kurush. The two armies met on the field of Kurukshetra, near Delhi. 91. Paragraph continues. During the battle, as we read in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna accompanies Arjuna as his charioteer and explains to him the depth and breadth of the religious philosophy of the Hindus. The Pandus conquer the Kurush, and Yudhishthira becomes king of Hastinapa. After sundry additional adventures, the Pandus die and go to heaven, where they find that rest and happiness which is unattainable on earth. The battle between the Kurush and Pandus on the field of Kurukshetra. Reproduced from Wilkins. The battle between the Kurush and Pandus on the field of Kurukshetra. Reproduced from Wilkins. The Mahabharata, like the Wars of the Roses, shows neither party in a favorable light, but the epic is written from the standpoint of the Pandus, whose demeanor is always extolled, while the Kurush are throughout characterized as extremely unworthy and mean. Krishna is the Hindu Apollo, Orpheus, and Hercules in one person, and there is no god in the Hindu pantheon who is dearer to the Brahman heart than he. Many. 92. Of his adventures, such as his escape from the Hindu herd, the massacre of babes, his transfiguration, etc., reappear in a modified form in Buddhist legends and bear some resemblance to the events told of Christ in the New Testament. In his 9th incarnation, Vishnu appears as Buddha, the enlightened one, to be a teacher of morals, of purity, charity, and compassionate love toward all beings. It is Jagannath with his two companions. After Shlajintwite. Jagannath with his two companions. After Shlajintwite. Difficult to state the differences between the Buddha avatar of the Brahmins and the Buddha of the Buddhists. The latter, there can be no doubt, was a historical personality, by the name of Gautama, the son of Shuddhudana of the warrior caste, while the former is a mere ideal figure of ethical perfection. Burnouf 1 proposes to regard both as quite distinct, and he is right, but we need not for that reason deny that, on the one hand, the ideal of a 93. Buddha avatar was a prominent factor in the formation of Buddhism, while on the other hand Gautama's teachings have, since the rise of Buddhism, powerfully affected and considerably modified the Buddha ideal of the Brahmins. Whatever may be the historical relation between the Hindu Buddha and the Buddha of the Buddhists, this Shiva with Parvati. Ananda, the sacred bull, Musigimit. Shiva with Parvati. Ananda, the sacred bull, Musigimit. Shiva Trimurti. Leaning on the linga, the symbol of the creative faculty. Musigimit. Shiva Trimurti. Leaning on the linga, the symbol of the creative faculty. Musigimit. Much is sure, the Buddha has been received by the Brahmins as one of the members of the Hindu pantheon. The Hindu deity that is nearest in spirit to the Buddha avatar is Jagannath, the god of love and mercy. The 10th avatar has not yet been completed. Vishnu is expected to appear on a winged white horse to reward the virtuous, convert the sinners, and destroy all evil. 94. The horse has one foot raised, and when it places its foot down, the time of the incarnation will find its fulfillment. The third person of the Indian Trinity is Siva, the auspicious one, representing the end of the world and its regeneration. He is commonly represented by the linga as a symbol of the creative faculty and by the all-devouring fire, the tongued flame of which is pictured in a triangle turning its point upwards. Shiva dancing surrounded by a halo of flames. Bronze statue. Musigimit. Shiva dancing surrounded by a halo of flames. Bronze statue. Musigimit. Sir Munyera Williams, in Brahmanism and Hinduism, 68, says of this deity, which is more mystical and less human than the incarnated Vishnu, that his symbol, the linga, is never in the mind of a Saiva, or Siva worshipper, connected with indecent ideas, nor with sexual love. The linga, or, as the Romans called it, the phallus, the male organ of generation, becomes at the first dawn of civilization, almost among all the nations of the world, an object of great awe and reverence. As the symbol of the creative principle, it is regarded as the most essential attribute of both the God-Creator himself and all those who hold authority in his name. The linga develops in the hand of the medicine man into a wand, in the hand of the priest into a staff. 95. The Buddha avatar or Vishnu's incarnation as the enlightened teacher of mankind. The Buddha avatar or Vishnu's incarnation as the enlightened teacher of mankind. The Kalki avatar or the white horse incarnation. The Kalki avatar or the white horse incarnation. Siva Worshi, reproduced from Picket. Siva Worshi, reproduced from Picket. 96. And in the hand of the king into a scepter. The yoni, or female organ, is regarded as the symbol of Siva's consort, Parvati, and is worshipped in connection with the linga by the sect of the Saktis. Perforated rocks are considered as emblems of the yoni, through which pilgrims pass for the purpose of being regenerated, a ceremony in which Hindus place great faith for its sin-expelling significance. See Charles Coleman, The Mythology of the Hindus, 175. Siva and Parvati. Reproduced from Hermann Goll. Siva and Parvati. Reproduced from Hermann Goll. Siva's consort, Kali, is one of the greatest divinities of India. She is the goddess of 100 names, representing not only the power of nature, but also the ruthless cruelty of nature's laws. She is called Parvati, the Blessed Mother, and Durga, which means hard to go through, symbolizing war and all kinds of danger. She is in the pantheon of modern Hinduism the central figure, and in spite of the universality of Brahma in philosophical. 97. Speculations, in spite of the omnipresence of Vishnu and his constant reincarnations as told in ancient Kali, after an Indian picture. Reproduced from Schlagentweit. Kali, after an Indian picture. Reproduced from Schlagentweit. Myths and legends, in spite of the omnipotence of Shiva, and the high place given him in Hindu dogmatology, she 98 is the main recipient of Hindu worship all over the country. As Kali, she is identified with time, the all-devourer, and is pictured as enjoying destruction, perdition, and Durga. Indian sculpture, reproduced from Schlagentweit. Durga. Indian sculpture, reproduced from Schlagentweit. Murder in any form, trampling underfoot even her own husband. There is scarcely a village without a temple devoted to her, and her images can be seen in thousands of forms. Her appearance is pleasant only as Parvati, in 99. All other shapes she is frightful, and it is difficult to understand the reverence which the pious Hindu cherishes. Mkhasgroma, the Tibetan Kali. Bronze. Musigimit. Mkhasgroma, the Tibetan Kali. Bronze. Musigimit. For this most diabolical deity, who among the Buddhists of Tibet is changed into a devilish demon under the name of Mkhasgroma. 100. The pantheism which lies at the bottom of the whole Hindu mythology finds expression in the worship of Harihara, who is a combination of Vishnu and Shiva. In Kalidurga in the Hindu pantheon. Reproduced from Wilkins. Kalidurga in the Hindu pantheon. Reproduced from Wilkins. The Mahatmya, or collection of temple legends of the Harihara, a town in the province of Mysore, Isvara says 1. 101. There are heretics among men who reject the Vedas and the Shastras, who live without purificatory ceremonies and established rules of conduct, and are filled with hatred of Vishnu. So also there are heretical followers of Vishnu, who are similarly filled with hatred of Shiva. All these wicked men shall go to hell so long as this world endures. I will not receive worship from any man who makes a distinction between Vasudeva and my own divinity. I will divide every such man in two with my saw. For I have assumed the form of Harihara in order to destroy the teaching that there is a difference between us, and he who knows within himself that Harihara is the God of gods, shall inherit the highest heaven. Harihara. Reproduced from Wilkins. Harihara. Reproduced from Wilkins. Harihara is depicted as a combination of the two gods in one figure, which is half male and half female, for according to the southern version of the legend Vishnu assumed the form of a beautiful woman who was embraced so fervently by Shiva that both became one. There are in Hindu mythology innumerable other deities, among whom Indra, the thunder god, is the greatest, as the hero among the gods of secondary rank, reminding us of the Thor of the Norsemen, but Varuna, the Hindu Kronos, Agni the god of fire, have also at times been very prominent. There are in addition gods of third degree, such as 102. Gainsa. Reproduced from Wilkins. Gainsa. Reproduced from Wilkins. Agni. Reproduced from Hermann Gold. Agni. Reproduced from Hermann Gold. Karma. reproduced from Walheim the Fonska. Karma, reproduced from Walheim the Fonska. Siva slaying a demon, reproduced from Wilkins. Siva slaying a demon, reproduced from Wilkins. 103. Karma, the Hindu Amor, Gainsa, the elephant-headed god of wisdom, 1 and Kartikya, 2 the leader of the good demons, on the peacock, both sons of Siva, and others. In addition, we have a great number of devas, sprites, and goblins. Some of them are good, as the Gandharvas, others at least not naturally ill-intentioned, as for instance the Apsaras, a kind of Hindu elves, but most of them are dangerous and demoniacal. Such are the general mischief-makers, the Asuras, the Pratas, or ghosts, the Bhutas, or spook spirits, the baby-killing grahas, the Rakshasas, who are either giants or vampires, not to mention all the other demons of less power and importance. Buddhism. Buddhism is a religious revolution against the evils that are dominant in Brahmanism. Gautama Shakyamuni, who claimed to be the enlightened one, the Buddha, rejected bloody sacrifices, the authority of the Vedas, trust in rituals and the caste system, and taught a religion of moral endeavor which was to be obtained by enlightenment, or the Bodhi. He recognized the existence of evil and sought salvation in the radical abolition of all selfishness through the extension of an all-comprehensive love toward all creatures. The many-sidedness of Buddhism is well illustrated in the Buddhistic conception of evil and of a final escape from evil, which is taught to the thinker in the shape of a philosophy, and to the uneducated masses in the garb of a poetical myth, affording the artist a good opportunity for representing deep thoughts in allegorical form. Mara, the evil one. Evil is personified in Mara, the Buddhist devil, who represents temptation, sin, and death. He is identified with Namash, one of the wicked demons in Indian mythology. 105. With whom Indra struggles. Namash is the mischievous spirit who prevents rain and produces drought. The name Namash means not letting go the waters. However, Indra, the god of thunderstorms, forces him to surrender the fertilizing liquids and restores the life-bringing element to the earth. Mara is also called Papian one, the wicked one or the evil one, the murderer, the tempter. In addition, he is said to be Vasavati, too, meaning he who fulfills desires. Vasavati, indeed, is one of his favorite names. In his capacity as Vasavati, Mara personifies the fulfillment of desire or the triple thirst, 3 viz. The thirst for existence, the thirst for pleasure, the thirst for power. He is the king of the heaven of sensual delight. There is a deep truth in this conception of Mara as Vasavati. It means that the selfishness of man is Satan and the actual satisfaction of selfishness is hell. This reminds us of one of Lender's Märchen, in which we are told that once a man died and awoke in the other world. There Saint Peter appeared before him and asked him what he wanted. He then ordered breakfast, the daily papers, and all the comforts he was accustomed to in life. And this kind of life lasted for many centuries until he got sick of it and began to swear at Saint Peter and to complain of how monotonous it was in heaven, whereupon Saint Peter informed him that he was in hell. 106. For hell is where everybody has his own sweet will, and heaven is where everybody follows God's will alone. Similarly, according to the Buddhist conception, the heaven of sensual delight is hell, the habitation of the evil one. The demon of lightning. A Japanese temple statue. The demon of lightning. A Japanese temple statue. In the Dhammapada, Mara is not so much a person as a personification. The allegorical nature of the evil one is plainly felt in every passage in which Mara's name occurs. We read, for instance, "He who lives looking for pleasures only, his senses uncontrolled." 107. Immoderate in his food, idle and weak, him Mara will certainly overthrow as the wind throws down a feeble tree. Buddhism in its original and orthodox purity knows nothing of devils except Mara, representing the egotistical pleasures, sensuality, sin, and death, but Buddhist. The demon of thunder. A Japanese temple statue. The demon of thunder. A Japanese temple statue. Mythology from the ancient Jatakas down to the most modern folklore of China and Japan has peopled the universe with evil spirits of all kinds, such as the demons of thunder and lightning, to personify the various ills of life and the dangers that lurk everywhere in nature. 108. While the evil consequences of sin are depicted in the tortures of hell which are similar to the Christian belief, the final escape from evil is expressed in the belief that all good Buddhists will be reborn in the Western paradise. Mara, the enemy of Buddha. In the life of Buddha, Mara plays an important part. He is that principle which forms an obstacle to the attainment of Buddhahood. Having told how, in the night of the Great Renunciation, the deity of the door swung the gate open to let the future Buddha out, the Jataka continues. At that moment Mara came there with the intention of stopping the Bodhisattva, and standing in the air, he exclaimed, "Depart not, O my Lord! In 7 days from now the wheel of empire will appear, and will make you sovereign over the 4 continents and the 2,000 adjacent isles. Stop, O my Lord!" The prince refused to listen to Mara's wily insinuation. When Buddha, in his search for enlightenment, had tried for 7 years to find the right path in asceticism and self-mortification, his health began to give way and he was shrunken like a withered branch. At this moment Mara drew near and suggested to him the thought of giving up his search for enlightenment. We read in the Padana Sutta, 1. Came Namash speaking words full of compassion, "Thou art lean, ill-favored, death is in thy neighborhood. Living life, O thou venerable one, is better. Living, thou wilt be able to do good works. Difficult is the way of exertion, difficult to pass, difficult to enter upon." 109. To Mara, thus speaking, Bhagavat said, "O thou friend of the indolent, thou wicked one, for what purpose hast thou come here? Even the least good work is of no use to me, and what good works are required ought Mara to tell. I have faith and power, and understanding is found in me. While thus exerting myself, why do you ask me to live? While the flesh is wasting away the mind grows more tranquil, and my attention, understanding, and meditation becomes more steadfast. Living thus, my mind does not look for sensual pleasures. Behold a being's purity. Lust thy first army is called, discontent thy second, thy third is called hunger and thirst, thy fourth desire, thy fifth is called sloth and drowsiness, thy sixth cowardice, thy seventh doubt, thy eighth hypocrisy and stupor, gain, fame, honor, and what celebrity is falsely obtained by him who exalts himself and despises others. This, O Namash, is thine, the Black One's fighting army. None but a hero conquers it, and whoever conquers it obtains joy. Woe upon life in this world! Death in battle is better for me than that I should live defeated. Seeing on all sides an army arrayed and Mara on his elephant, I am going out to do battle that he may not drive me from my place. This army of thine, which the world of men and gods cannot conquer, I will crush with understanding, as one crushes an unbaked earthen pot with a stone. Having made my thoughts subject to me and my attention firm, I shall wander about from kingdom to kingdom training disciples. They will be zealous and energetic, obedient to the discipline of one free from lust, and they will go to the place where there is no mourning. And Mara said, for 7 years I followed Bhagavat, step by step, but found no fault in the perfectly enlightened and thoughtful one. When Buddha went to the Bo tree, Mara, the evil one, proposed to shake his resolution, either through the allurements of his daughters or by force. He sounded 110. Mara's army. Gandhara sculptures. Museum of Lahore. Reproduced from Grunwedel. Mara's army. Gandhara sculptures. Museum of Lahore. Reproduced from Grunwedel. 111. The war cry and drew out for battle. The earth quaked, when Mara, mounted on his elephant, approached the Buddha. The gods, among them Sakka, the king of the gods, and Brahma, tried to stay Mara's army, but none of them was able to stand his ground, and each fled straight before him. Buddha said, "Here is this multitude exerting all their strength and power against me alone. My mother and father are not here, nor a brother, nor any other relative. But I have these 10 perfections, like old retainers long cherished at my board. It therefore behooves me to make the 10 perfections my shield and my sword, and to strike a blow with them that shall destroy this strong array." And he remained sitting and reflected on the 10 perfections. Buddhism. In translations. By H. C. Warren, p. 77-78. Mara caused a whirlwind to blow, but in vain. He caused a rainstorm to come in order to drown the Buddha, but not a drop wetted his robes. He caused a shower of rocks to come down, but the rocks changed into bouquets. He caused a shower of weapons, swords, spears, and arrows to rush against him, but they became celestial flowers. He caused a shower of live coals to come down from the sky, but they, too, fell down harmless. In the same way hot ashes, a shower of sand, and a shower of mud were transmuted into celestial ointments. At last he caused a darkness, but the darkness disappeared before Buddha, as the night vanishes before the sun. Mara shouted, "Siddhartha, arise from the seat. It does not belong to you. It belongs to me." Buddha replied, "Mara, you have not fulfilled the 10 perfections. This seat does not belong to you, but to me, who have fulfilled the 10 perfections." Mara denied. 112. Buddha's assertion and called upon his army as witnesses, while Buddha declared, "I have no animate witnesses present," but, stretching out his right hand towards the mighty earth, he said, "Will you bear me witness?" And the mighty earth thundered, "I bear you witness." And Mara's elephant fell upon its knees, and all the followers of Mara fled away in all directions. When the hosts of the gods saw the army of Mara flee, they cried out, "Mara is defeated. Prince Siddhartha has conquered." Let us celebrate the victory. When Buddha had attained enlightenment, Mara tempted him once more, saying, "Pass away now, Lord, from existence. Let the Blessed One now die. Now is the time for the Blessed One to pass away." Buddha made reply as follows: "I shall not die, O evil one, until not only the brethren and sisters of the order, but also the lay disciples of either sex shall have become true hearers, wise and well trained, ready and learned, versed in the scriptures, fulfilling all the greater and the lesser duties, correct in life, walking according to the precepts until they, having thus themselves learned the doctrine, shall be able to tell others of it, preach it, make it known, establish it, open it, minutely explain it and make it clear until they, when others start vain doctrines, shall be able by the truth to vanquish and refute it, and so to spread the wonder-working truth abroad. I shall not die until this pure religion of mine shall have become successful, prosperous, widespread, and popular in all its full extent, until, in a word, it shall have been well proclaimed among men." When, shortly before Buddha's death, Mara repeated his words as quoted above, "Pass away now, Lord, from existence," Buddha answered, 113. Make thyself happy, the final extinction of the Tathagata shall take place before long. Mara in Buddhist art. In the various sculptures representing scenes of Buddha's life there is a figure holding in his hand a kind of double club or vajra, i.e., thunderbolt, as it is usually called. Since the expression of this man with the thunderbolt decidedly shows malevolence, the interpretation naturally suggested itself that he must be one of Buddha's disciples who was antagonistic to his teachings. The common explanation of this figure, accordingly, designated him as Devadatta, the Buddhistic Judas Iscariot, who endeavored to found a sect of his own, and who according to Buddhistic legends is represented as an intriguer bent on the murder of Buddha. The various representations of this figure, however, are not altogether those of a disciple who tries to outdo Buddha in sternness and severity of discipline, but frequently bear the character of a Greek faun, and resemble, rather, Silenus, the foster father of Bacchus, representing all kinds of excesses in carousing and other pleasures. Moreover, the same figure with the thunderbolt appears in representations of Buddha's entering nirvana, at a time when Devadatta had been long dead. Alfred Grunwedel, for these reasons, proposes to abandon the traditional interpretation of the thunderbolt bearer as Devadatta, and it appears that he has found the right interpretation when he says, 1. This figure which accompanies Buddha from the moment he leaves his father's house until he enters nirvana, and who waylays 114. Him in the hope of awakening in him a thought of lust or hatred or envy, who follows him like a shadow, can be no one but Mara Papian, the wicked one, the demon of passion. The thunderbolt in Mara's hand is nothing but the old attribute of all Indian gods. In his capacity as the god of pleasure, Mara is especially entitled to this attribute of the Hindu gods. As Vaisavati he reigns in the highest domain of the pleasure heaven, surrounded by dancing girls and musicians. Buddha tempted by Mara's daughters. Gandhara sculptures. Reproduced from Grunwedel. Buddha tempted by Mara's daughters. Gandhara sculptures. Reproduced from Grunwedel. It seems probable that the contrast in which Mara or Vasavati stands to the Buddha began by and by to be misunderstood. For the thunderbolt bearer Vajrapani is gradually changed into a regular attendant of Buddha, and the Vajra, or thunderbolt, is now interpreted as an attribute of Buddha himself. Thus it happened that among the northern Buddhists the Vajra became the indispensable 115 attribute of the Lamas. It is called Dorje in Tibet and Aja in Mongolia. The attack of Mara upon Buddha under the bo tree is a favorite subject of Buddhist artists, who gladly avail themselves of this opportunity to show their ingenuity in devising all kinds of beautiful and hideous shapes. Beautiful women represent the temptations of the daughters of Mara, and the hideous monsters describe the terrors of Mara's army. In Buddhistic mythology, Mara, the evil one, is, in harmony with the spirit of Buddha's teachings, represented as the prince of the world. It is Mara who holds the wheel of life and death, Kavakakra, i.e., wheel of becoming, in his hands, for all living beings reside in the domain of death. The hand of death is upon everyone who is born. He is the ruler in the domains of the Nidanas, the 12 links of the chain of causation, or dependent origination. The 12 Nidanas. The 12 Nidanas are a very old doctrine, which possibly goes back to Buddha himself, and may contain elements that are older. While the general meaning of the chain of causation is clearly indicated by the first and last links, which imply that ignorance, not knowing, or infatuation is at the bottom of all evil, there are great difficulties in the interpretation of the details, and Mr. Warren thinks that it is a combination of two chains of causation representing similar thoughts. He says, 116. The Buddhist sacred books seem to claim dependent origination as the peculiar discovery of the Buddha, and I suppose they would have us understand that he invented the whole formula from beginning to end. But it is to be observed that the formula repeats itself, that the human being is brought into existence twice, the first time under the name of consciousness, and name and form, and by means of ignorance and karma, the second time in birth and by means of desire, with its 4 branches called attachments, and karma again, this time called existence. 1. Therefore, though Buddhaghosa is at great pains to explain this repetition as purposely intended for practical ends, yet one is much inclined to surmise that the full formula in its present shape is a piece of patchwork put together of 2 or more that were current in the Buddha's time and by him perhaps expanded, perhaps contracted, but at any rate made into one. If the Buddha added to the formula of dependent origination, it would appear that the addition consisted in the first 2 propositions. For ignorance, of course, is the opposite of wisdom, and wisdom is the method for getting rid of ignorance. Buddhism. In translations, 115. Whatever may have been the original wording, the traditional formula of the causation of evil has been, without change, faithfully preserved in the triumphal progress of Buddhism from India to Japan. One of the oldest passages in which the 12 Nidanas are enumerated is found in the Questions of King Milinda, 79, where we read, "By reason of ignorance came the confections, 2. By reason of the confections consciousness, by reason of consciousness name and form, by reason of name and form the 6 organs of sense, by reason of them contact, by reason of contact sensation, by reason 117 of sensation thirst, by reason of thirst craving, by reason of craving becoming, by reason of becoming birth, by reason of birth old age and death, grief, lamentation, sorrow, pain, and despair. Thus is it that the ultimate point in the past of all this time is not apparent. Translated by T. W. Rhys Davids in Sacred Books of the East, Volume XXXV. The Samyutta Nikaya enumerates as the second nidana karma, i.e., action. The passage reads: On ignorance depends karma. On karma depends consciousness. On consciousness depend name and form. On name and form depend the 6 organs of sense. On the 6 organs of sense depends contact. On contact depends sensation. On sensation depends desire. On desire depends attachment. On attachment depends existence. On existence depends birth. On birth depend old age and death, sorrow, lamentation, misery, grief, and despair. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery arise. But on the complete fading out and cessation of ignorance ceases karma. On the cessation of karma ceases consciousness. On the cessation of consciousness ceases name and form. On the cessation of name and form cease the 6 organs of sense. On the cessation of the 6 organs of sense ceases contact. On the cessation of contact ceases sensation. On the cessation of sensation ceases desire. On the cessation of desire ceases attachment. On the cessation of attachment ceases existence. On the cessation of existence ceases birth. On the cessation of birth cease old age and death, sorrow. 118. Lamentation, misery, grief, and despair. Thus does this entire aggregation of misery cease. Buddhism. In Translations, Warren, 166. The Pali terms are 1. Avidya, ignorance, 2. Sankara, organized formation, or kama, karma, 3. Vinayana, sentiency, 4. Namarupa, name and form, i.e., individuality, 5. Salaryatana, the 6 fields, i.e., the 5 senses and mind, 6. Phaso, contact, 7. Vedana, sensation, 8. Tana, thirst, 9. Upadana, craving, 10. Bhava, growth, 11. Jati, birth, 12. Jaramarana, etc. Old age, death, sorrow, etc. It seems that we have 3 chains of causation combined into one. One chain explains that karma, i.e., deed or activity, produces first vinayana, sentiency, and then namarupa, name and form, or personality. The other begins with sensation, as known in the 6 senses or salaryatana, which by contact, phaso, produces first consciousness, vedana, and then thirst, tana. The third group, which may be the peculiarly Buddhistic addition to the 2 older formulas, is founded in the first, or first and second, and the 4 concluding links of the traditional chain, stating that ignorance, avidya, produces blindly in its random work organizations, sankharas. These sankharas or elementary organisms are possessed of craving, upadana, which leads to conception, bhava, and birth, jati, thus producing old age, death, sorrow, and misery of any kind. The wheel of life. Life in its eternal rotation is represented in Buddhist mythology as a wheel that is held in the clutches of the evil one. 119. Judging from a communication of Carolina Foley, in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, 1894, 389, the allegory of the world wheel, the wheel of life, An Indian Wheel of Life. Preserved in the cave temples of Ajanta, Central India. Reproduced from L.E. Waddell's picture in the J.R.O.S. An Indian Wheel of Life. Preserved in the cave temples of Ajanta, Central India. Reproduced from L.E. Waddell's picture in the J.R.O.S. Must be much older than is commonly thought, for it is mentioned already in the Divivadana, p. 299-300. Caroline Foley says. 120. There it is related how Buddha instructed Ananda to make a wheel, Kakram Karayatavim, for the purpose of illustrating what another disciple, Moggallana, saw when he visited other spheres, which it seems he was in the habit of doing. The wheel was to have 5 spokes, Pankagandakam, between which were to be depicted the hells, animals, pratas, gods, and men. In the middle a dove, a serpent, and a hog, were to symbolize lust, hatred, and ignorance. All round the tire was to go the 12-fold circle of causation, Pratityasamutpado, in the regular and in the inverse order. Beings were to be represented as being born in a supernatural way, or papaduka, as by the machinery of a water wheel, falling from one state and being produced in another. The wheel was made and placed in the grand entrance gateway, Dvarakoshtake, and a bhikshu appointed to interpret it. Samsara, or the circuit of life, the eternal round of birth, death, and rebirth, as summarily expressed in the doctrine of the 12 nidanas or 12-linked chain of causation, is painted around the tire of the wheel. How carefully the Buddhistic conception of Mara, as the prince of the world, holding in his clutches the wheel of life, has been preserved, we can learn from a comparison of an old fresco in the deserted caves of Ajanta, Central India, one with Tibetan and Japanese pictures of the same subject. All of them show in the center the 3 causes of selfhood, viz., hatred, spite, and sloth, symbolized in a serpent, a cock, and a pig. They are also called the 3 fires, or the 3 roots of evil, which are raga, passion, doso, sin, moho, infatuation. 121. The Hindu picture exhibits 6 divisions: the realm of gods, the realm of men, the realm of nagas, or snakes. 1. A Tibetan Wheel of Life. Reproduced from Bastian. A Tibetan Wheel of Life. Reproduced from Bastian. 122. The realm of paradise, the realm of ghosts, and the realm of hell. The Tibetan picture shows the same domains, only less distinctly separated, while the Japanese picture shows only 5 divisions. In order to show the omnipresence of the Buddha as the principle that sustains all life, the Japanese picture shows a Buddha statue in the hub, while in the Hindu wheel every division contains a Buddha figure. This Buddha in the world is the Buddha of transformations, Nirmanakaya, representing the tendency of life toward enlightenment. Outside of the wheel 2 other Buddha figures appear. At the right-hand corner there is Buddha, the teacher, in the attitude of expounding the good law of righteousness. It is the Dharmakaya, the Buddha embodied in the Dharma, i.e. the law, religion, or truth. In the left-hand corner there is Buddha in the state of rest, represented as Sambhogakaya, the Buddha who has entered into nirvana and attained the highest bliss. The 12 nidanas are an essential element in the Buddhist wheel of life, and are commonly represented by 12 little pictures either on the tire or surrounding the tire. On the Japanese wheel, which exhibits the nidanas more clearly than the older wheels. The series begins at the bottom, rising to the left-hand side and turning down again on the right-hand side. The first nidana, in Pali Avidya, ignorance, is pictured as a passionate man of brutish appearance. The second nidana, in Pali Sankara, Sanskrit samskara, which is commonly but badly translated in English by confection, represents the ultimate constitutions. 123. Of life or primary forms of organization, meaning a disposition of structures that possess the tendency to repeat the function once performed. It is represented as a potter's wheel on which vessels are manufactured. The word should not be confused with samsara, which is a Japanese wheel of life, reproduced from Bastian. A Japanese wheel of life, reproduced from Bastian. The whole wheel of life, or the eternal round of transmigration. The third nidana is vinoyana, or awareness, being the sentiency that originates by the repetition of function in the dispositions or organized structures previously formed. It is animal sense perception, represented as a monkey. 124. The fourth nidana is namarupa, i.e., name and form, which expression denotes what we call personality, the name of a person and his personal appearance. It is represented by a pilot steering a boat. The fifth nidana is called the six fields or shuddayatana, which are what we call the five senses and mind, or thinking, which is considered by Buddhists as a sixth sense. It is pictured as a human organism. The sixth nidana is faso or spasa, i.e., the contact of the six fields, with their objects, represented as a lover's embrace. Rising from a contact of the six fields with their objects, the seventh nidana is produced as vedana, i.e., sensation or sentiment, illustrated by a sighing lover. If the sixth nidana is enacted in the garden scene of Goethe's Faust, the seventh is characterized by Margaret's song, "My peace is gone, my heart is sore." Scene 15. From sentiment, as the eighth nidana, tanha, i.e., thirst or desire, rises. The picture exhibits the flirtation of two separated lovers. The ninth nidana is upadana, i.e., the clinging to existence. The picture shows us the lover following the footsteps of his love. The 10th nidana is bhava, bridal embrace, or existence in its continuation, finding its artistic expression in the union of the lovers, who, seated on the back of an elephant, are celebrating their marriage feast. The 11th nidana is birth, jati in the picture represented as a woman in her throes. The remaining groups represent the 12th nidana. 125. And its various sufferings, which consist of old age, disease, death, lamentation, complaints, punishments, and all kinds of tribulations. The 12 pictures on the Hindu wheel are less distinct, but there is no question about their meaning being exactly the same. Beginning at the top on the right-hand side, we find first an angry man, representing ignorance, then a figure which might be a potter forming vessels of clay on the potter's wheel, representing the formation of dispositions or primary soul forms. The third picture represents a monkey climbing a tree, symbolizing animal perception or the individuality of organisms. The fourth picture shows a ship on a stream, representing the origin of mind under the allegory of a pilot. The fifth picture seems to be a house built upon 5 foundation stones, which we interpret as the 5 senses, the superstructure representing mind, the 6th sense, Then follows the sixth picture, a woman, kindling desire of contact. The seventh represents sentiment in the shape of two sighing lovers. The eighth picture represents thirst or desire as two separated lovers. The ninth picture, reminding us of Adam and Eve in paradise, is a man plucking flowers or fruits from a tree. It illustrates the tasting of the apple of sexual love. The 10th picture illustrates pregnancy, the 11th birth, and the 12th is the demon of death carrying away the white body of a dead man. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Wheel of Life is now frequently pictured in Buddhist temples of Japan can, in its wanderings from India through Tibet and China, be traced back to a remote antiquity. 126. For we know positively that this conception of the evil one in his relation to the world, existed about 2000 years ago, in the days when Buddhism still flourished in India, but it is not improbable that it must be dated back to a time preceding Buddha. We may fairly assume that when Buddha lived, such or similar representations of the significance of evil in life existed and that he utilized the traditional picture for the purposes of spreading his own religion, adding thereto his own interpretation, and thus pouring new wine into old bottles. There is a possibility that the picture must be dated back to the age of demonolatry, when the idea prevailed that the good God need not be worshipped but only the evil God, because he alone is dangerous to mankind. That the same idea as expressed in the Buddhist Wheel of Life existed in the remotest antiquity of our earliest civilizations can be seen at a glance by looking at the picture of the Chaldean bronze tablet, on page 46 of this volume, which represents the three worlds, the realm of the gods, the abode of men, and the domain of the dead, as being held in the clutches of a terrible monster. The similarity of the tablet to the Buddhist Wheel of Life is too striking to be fortuitous. Religious symbols, formulas, and rites are, as a rule, punctiliously preserved even after a radical change of the fundamental ideas that are embodied therein. Judging by analogy from the religious evolution of other nations, we must assume that the original form of worship among the Akkadians was as much demonolatrous as it is at a certain stage of civilization among all savage tribes, and this bronze plate appears to preserve the lingering features. 127. Of a prehistoric world conception. The simplest explanation that suggests itself is to regard the monster holding the world picture as the deity of evil, who in the period when religion still consisted merely in the fear of evil, was worshipped as the actual prince of the world whose wrath was propitiated by bloody sacrifices. If this view should prove to be correct, the Chaldean bronze plate of the monster holding in its claws the world would be the connecting link between the very dawn of religious notions with the foundation of Buddhism, where the worship of the evil deity has disappeared entirely. But the influence of this old mode of expression extends even into the sphere of the origin of Christianity, although here it fades from sight. In the New Testament the Buddhist term the Wheel of Life is used once more, but it is a mere echo of a remote past, its original significance is no longer understood. Speaking of the great damage caused in the world by the tongue, St. James says, "Thus the tongue that defileth the whole body standeth among our limbs, and it setteth on fire the wheel of becoming and is set on fire by hell." The version of King James translates the term which in the Vulgate reads rosa nativitatis, by course of nature. Northern Buddhism. The Buddhism of Tibet is not yet sufficiently explored on account of the inaccessibility of the country. 128. but it is safe to say that its demonology is highly developed and shows traces of strong Hindu influences. Prominent. Mifu, the Dark Tribunal. Reproduced from a colored Japanese illustration in Karma. Mifu, the Dark Tribunal. Reproduced from a colored Japanese illustration in Karma. Among the evil spirits is Emka Eskrima, the Tibetan form of the Hindu goddess Kali, see page 99, who is represented as a frightful monster with a leonine head. 129. Surrounded by a halo of flames and ready to devour everything she sees. In China, Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism exist peacefully side by side, and there is scarcely a home in the country where the customary homage would not be paid to Lao Tzu and Confucius as well as to Buddha. Indeed, there are numerous illustrations in which these three great masters are together represented as dominating the moral life of China. In Japan the conditions are similar, except that in the place of the popular Taoism we find Shintoism, which is the aboriginal nature worship of the country, consisting at present in the observation of national festivals, in which form it has of late been declared to be the official state religion of the country. The folklore of Chinese Taoism and Japanese Shintoism was naturally embodied in the mythology of the Buddhists, and we find therefore in their temples innumerable representations of hell with all their traditional belongings, Emma, the stern judge of Mifu, the dark tribunal, Kongo, the sheriff, and all the terrible staff of bailiffs, torturers, and executioners, among whom the steer-headed Gozu and the horse-headed Mezu are never missing. By the side of the judge's desk stands the most perfect mirror imaginable, for it reflects the entire personality of every being. Since man's personality, according to the Buddhistic soul conception, is constituted by the deeds done during life, the glass makes apparent all the words, thoughts, and actions of the delinquent who is led before it, whereupon he is dealt with according to his deserts. If good deeds prevail, he is rewarded by being. 130. Kongo, the sheriff. Emma, the judge. Carved wood, Japanese. Reproduced from a Japanese art print. Kongo, the sheriff. Emma, the judge. Carved wood, Japanese. Reproduced from a Japanese art print. 131. Reincarnated in a higher state of existence, be it on earth, or in the western paradise, or in one of the heavens of the gods, or, if bad deeds prevail, he sinks into lower spheres, in which case he must go back to life in the shape of that creature which represents his peculiar character, or, if he has been very wicked, he is doomed to hell, whither he is carried in the Ho no Kiruma, the fiery cart, the conveyance of the infernal regions. The sentence is pronounced in these words: Thy evil deeds are not the work of thy mother, father, relatives, friends, advisers. Thou alone hast done them all, thou alone must gather the fruit. Devad. S. The Devil as a Monk. Japanese wood carving of the 17th century. Musigimit. The Devil as a Monk. Japanese wood carving of the 17th century. Musigimit. Dragged to the place of torment, he is fastened to red-hot irons, plunged into fiery lakes of blood, raked over burning coals, and he dies not till the last residue of his guilt has been expiated. But the devil is not always taken seriously, and it appears that the Chinese and Japanese exhibit all the humor they are capable of in their devil pictures and statues, among which the Oni no Nembutsu, the devil as a monk, is perhaps the most grotesque figure. In the later development of Northern Buddhism, all 132. Oni no Nembutsu. The demon repeating Buddha's name, representing greed and hypocrisy. He goes about with a subscription list and a bowl, carried by his little assistant, to collect money. After a wood carving in the author's possession. Oni no Nembutsu. The demon repeating Buddha's name, representing greed and hypocrisy. He goes about with a subscription list and a bowl, carried by his little assistant, to collect money. After a wood carving in the author's possession. 133. The evils of this world, represented in various devil personalities, are conceived as incarnations of Buddha himself, who, by showing the evil consequences of sin, endeavors to convert mankind to holiness and virtue. We find in the Buddhist temples of China and Japan so-called mandaras, which represent the world conception of Buddhism in its cosmic entirety. The word mandara means a complete ensemble, and it exhibits a systematically arranged group of Buddha incarnations. The Hono Kuruma, the cart of hell, after an old Japanese painting. Hono Kuruma, the cart of hell, after an old Japanese painting. Statue of the highest Buddha who dwells in nirvana always stands in the center. It is Bodhi enlightenment, or Sambodhi perfect enlightenment, that is to say, the truth, eternal rightness, or rather, verity, the objective reality that is represented in truth, which is the same forever and I. He is personified under the name Amitabha, which means boundless light, being that something the recognition of which constitutes Buddhahood. He is like God, the Father of the Christians, omnipresent and eternal, the light and life of the world, and the 134. Tibetan Devil's Altar. From Waddell. Tibetan Devil's Altar. From Waddell. 135. Ultimate authority of moral conduct. Another prominent Buddha incarnation is Maitreya, the Buddha to come, who is the Christian Holy Spirit. He is the comforter whose appearance was promised by Buddha shortly before parting from his disciples. The catalogue of the Musée of Paris, the best religious museum in the world, describes a mandara, in which the highest Buddha in the center of the group is surrounded by a number of his incarnations of various degrees and dignities. These are the Bodhisattvas, prophets and sages of the world, who have either taught mankind or set them good examples by their virtuous lives. On the right we see a group of personified abstracts: piety, charity, science, religion, the aspiration for progress. On the left is a third class, consisting of the ugly figures of demons, whose appearance is destined to frighten people away from sensuality, egotism, and evil desires. The devils of Buddhism, accordingly, are not the enemies of Buddha, and not even his antagonists, but his ministers and co-workers. They partake of Buddha's nature, for they, too, are teachers. They are the rods of punishment, representing the curse of sin, and as such have also been fitly conceived as incarnations of the Bodhi. In this interpretation, the Buddhist devils cease to be torturers and become instruments of education who contribute their share to the general system of working out the final salvation of man. Christian salvation consists in an atonement of sin through the bloody sacrifice of a sinless Redeemer. Buddhist salvation is attained through enlightenment. Hence, 136. Christ is the sufferer, the innocent man who dies to pay with his life the debt of others who are guilty. Buddha. Buddha extending his help to a sufferer in hell. The goodwill that a poor wretch had shown in his former life to a spider, his only good deed, serves him in hell as a means of escape. Reproduced from a colored Japanese illustration in Karma. Buddha extending his help to a sufferer in hell. The goodwill that a poor wretch had shown in his former life to a spider, his only good deed, serves him in hell as a means of escape. Reproduced from a colored Japanese illustration in Karma. Is the teacher who by example and instruction shows people the path of salvation. The dawn of a new era. Gnostic societies and congregations. The transition from the Old to the New Testament is an age of unrest. The Jews had become familiar with the civilization of Assyria and Babylonia, and enjoyed friendly relations with the Persians. But the intercourse and general exchange of thought among the nations of Western Asia became more extended and grew livelier since Alexander the Great's time, for now Greek as well as Indian views mixed and produced a powerful fermentation in the religious beliefs of the people. We may fairly assume that the doctrines of the Hindu reached Syria in vague and frequently self-contradictory forms, but they were new and attractive, and apt to revolutionize the traditional ethics of the people. Formerly procreation of children was regarded as a duty and the acquisition of wealth as a blessing. Now it became known that there were also people who sought salvation in absolute chastity and poverty. The highest morality of the monks of India was no longer the strength of maintaining oneself in the struggle for existence, but the surrender of all strife and a radical renunciation of self. 138. There are especially three ideas which dominated the whole movement and acted as a leaven in the dough: the idea of the spirituality of the soul, the hope of the soul's escape from bodily existence, and the method of obtaining this liberation by wisdom, or enlightenment. The realization of the Gnostic ideal was called or fulfillment, which was either expected by the soul's attainment of salvation after the fashion of the Buddhist nirvana, or for the whole world through the appearance of a savior, a messiah. The spirit of the times showed itself in the foundation of various religious societies, which originated somewhat after the fashion of the modern theosophical movements. There were bands of students of the new problems in almost all larger cities, who investigated the doctrines of salvation and immortality, and in addition there were enthusiasts who tried to apply the new principles in practical life. The former called themselves learners or disciples, the latter holy ones, or healers, therapeutai. 1. With regard to the problem of evil, the most peculiar sect were the Gnostics of Syria, whom the Church Fathers called serpent worshippers or ophites, because on becoming acquainted with the biblical books they regarded Yahweh, the demigod or author of this visible and material world, as an evil deity, while the serpent. 139. With his promise of giving knowledge or gnosis to man, appeared to them as a messenger of the true and good God. This God of goodness, they declared, was unlike Yahweh, free of passions and full of love and mercy. He was, as Irenaeus informs us, triune, being at once the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. The Father is the prototype of man, an idea which is carried out in the Kabbalah as the Adam Kadmon. The Son is the eternal reason or comprehension, and the Spirit is the female principle of spiritual generation. The Christian Trinity, God Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Old German School. Reproduced from Mother. The Christian Trinity, God Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Old German School. Reproduced from Mother. Similar ideas concerning the Triune Godhead and the salvation from evil are reported of other sects, and especially of Simon Magus, who is mentioned in the Acts as having been baptized by Saint Peter and condemned for his opinion that the Holy Ghost could be bought with money. We know of sects in Judea: the Nazarenes, the Sabians, one or baptizers, the Essenes, and the Ebionites, which were born of the same seeking spirit of the age. But we must bear in mind that the members of these societies, 140, belonged exclusively to the poorer class of society and formed a third party which was quite distinct from the orthodox Pharisees and the liberal Sadducees. They are to us of importance, however, because from their midst proceeded the man who was destined to become the standard-bearer of a new faith and the representative incarnation of the new religion, Jesus of Nazareth. The Apocrypha of the Old Testament. The literature of this period was no longer received into the canon of the Old Testament and is therefore, in spite of many good qualities, even to the present day regarded as apocryphal. 141. The New World conception, which emphasized the contrast between body and soul, developed a new moral ideal, and the conception of evil underwent the same subtle changes as the conception of goodness. Since the lower classes began to make their influence felt, it is natural that in the apocryphal books of the Old Testament, Asmodee, an evil spirit, cast out by prayer. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. Asmodee, an evil spirit, cast out by prayer. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. The conception of Satan grew more mythological and at the same time more dualistic. He developed into an independent demon of evil, and now, perhaps under the influence of Persian views, the adversary of man became the adversary of God himself. In the story of Tobit, 150 BC, an evil spirit called Asmodee plays an important part. His name, which in its 142 original form is Ishmadeva, indicates a Persian origin. He tries to prevent Sarah's marriage, because he is in love with her himself. In the Talmud, Asmodee develops into the demon of lust. Very valuable books among the Apocrypha are the Book of Daniel and the two books of Esdras, but the noblest thoughts are mixed with Judaistic chauvinism and bitter hatred of the Gentile nations. Esdras anticipates the general eschatology as well as many smaller details of the Christian doctrines in a more definite shape than any other author of the period. He even proclaims, to Esdras, 7:28, the name of the Saviour whom the Lord calls my Son Jesus. 1. Esdras mentions two abysmal beings, Enoch and Leviathan, but they do not take any part in the production of evil. He might as well have omitted to mention them. In the name of God, an angel explains to him the origin of evil as follows in a simile which reminds us of both the Buddhist parable of the city of Nirvana and Christ's Sermon on the Mount. A city is builded, and set upon a broad field, and is full of all good things. The entrance thereof is narrow, and is set in a dangerous place to fall, like as if there were a fire on the right hand, and on the left a deep water, and one only path between them both, even between the fire and the water, so small that there could but one man go there at once. If this city now were given unto man for an inheritance, if he never shall pass the danger set before it, how shall he receive this inheritance? And I said, It is so, Lord. Then said he unto me, Even so also is Israel's portion. 143. Paragraph continues, Because for their sakes I made the world, and when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done. Then were the entrances of this world made narrow, full of sorrow and travail, they are but few and evil, full of peril and very painful. For the entrances of the elder world were wide and sure, and brought immortal fruit. If then they that live labor not to enter these strait and painful things, they can never receive those that are laid up for them. 2 Esdras 7, 6-14. A peculiarly interesting apocryphal work is ascribed to the patriarch Enoch. The Book of Enoch undertakes to explain in allegorical form God's plan of the world's history. The book is not yet Christian but shows many traces of doctrines professed by the sects which appeared at the beginning of the Christian era as competitors of Christianity. While Enoch's demonology smacks of the religious myths of the Gentiles, his ideas of salvation from evil betray Gnostic tendencies. We read, for example, in chapter 42. Wisdom came to live among men and found no dwelling place. Then she returned home and took her seat among the angels. We read of the Messiah, commonly designated the Son of a woman, sometimes the Son of Man and once the Son of God, that he existed from the beginning. Ere the sun and the signs, in the zodiac, were made, ere the stars of the heavens were created, his name was pronounced before the Lord of the spirits. Before the creation of the world he was chosen and hidden before him, God, and before him he will be from eternity to eternity. 144. Heaven and Hell. After H.F., an unknown old German master. Preserving the Gnostic Trinity ideal of God Father, God Mother, and God Son. Heaven and Hell. After H.F., an unknown old German master. Preserving the Gnostic Trinity ideal of God Father, God Mother, and God Son. 145. All the secrets of wisdom will flow from the thoughts of his mouth, for the Lord of the spirits has given wisdom unto him and has glorified him. In him liveth the spirit of wisdom, and the spirit of him who giveth comprehension, and the spirit of the doctrine and of the power, and the spirit of all those who are justified and are now sleeping. And he will judge all hidden things, and no one will speak trifling words before him, for he is chosen before the Lord of the spirits. He is powerful in all secrets of justification, and injustice has no place before him. And God says of the sons of the earth, I and my son shall unite ourselves with them forever, and I in the paths of righteousness for all their lives. The spiritualistic views in the Book of Enoch, especially the supernatural personality of the Messiah, are not peculiarly Christian, but Essenic or Gnostic, standing even in contradiction to the idea that the Messiah would become flesh and live among men as a real man. It is a pity that we do not possess the original, but only an Ethiopian version of the Book of Enoch, which has been translated into German by Dr. Adilman, for it is of great interest to the historian. It breathes the spirit of a Judaistic Gnosticism, and it is probable that the original Book of Enoch was written in the year 110 BC by a Jew of the Pharisee party. 1. The Book of Wisdom and the Gnostic Trinity idea. The Book of Wisdom, a product of Alexandrian Judaism, showing traces of both Greek and Eastern influences, speaks of the devil as having through envy introduced death into the world. we read. 146. The Holy Trinity in the Vatican. After Pietro Berrettini. Reproduced from Il Vaticano, Plate XX. The Holy Trinity in the Vatican. After Pietro Berrettini. Reproduced from Il Vaticano, Plate XX. 147. God created man to be immortal, and made him to be an image of his own eternity. Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world, and they that do hold of his side do find it. The wisdom literature shows many traces of Indian influence. The very word wisdom, or Sophia, seems to the Buddhist Trinity, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. Japanese wood carving, Musigimit. The Buddhist Trinity, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. Japanese wood carving, Musigimit. Be a translation of the term Bodhi. At the same time, the Trinity idea begins to take root in the Jewish mind, the oldest form of it being molded after the pattern of the family, which consists of father, mother, and child. The wisdom books represent the relation of Sophia to God as his spouse and the Messiah as their son. Many Gnostics used the terms Sophia, Pneuma, and Logos as names for 148. The second person of the deity, who represented the divine motherhood of the God-man. But during the first period of the development of the Christian Church, the ideal of a godmother was abandoned. The Logos was identified with God the Son, who now became the second person of the Trinity, and the name Pneuma or Spirit was alone retained for the third person. The Gnostic Trinity conception, however, left its trace in the Christian Apocrypha, for in the Gospel according to the Hebrews Christ spoke of the Holy Ghost as his mother. 1. The Trinity and Mary. By Ambrogio Fossano, called Bortgognan. Formerly in the S. Simplicino at Milan, now at the Brera. After Lubke. The Trinity and Mary. By Ambrogio Fossano, called Bortgognan. Formerly in the S. Simplicino at Milan, now at the Brera. After Lubke. The Trinity idea is of a very ancient origin. We encounter it in the religion of Babylon, c. 40, in Brahmanism, c. 75, and in Buddhism. The Buddhists take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, called the Three Jewels, representing 1. Buddha the teacher, 2. The Buddhist religion or the good law, and 3. The Buddhist brotherhood or church. The Trinity doctrine is not contained in the New Testament, all. 149. The passages which seem to involve it being spurious, but it forms an integral part of almost all Gnostic systems, where it either appears as three abstract principles, or as the family relation of father, mother, and child, viewed as one. The Christian Trinity. From the Iconography Chrétienne. Reproduced from Bastian's Ethnoal. Bildebach. Plate 17. The Christian Trinity. From the Iconography Chrétienne. Reproduced from Bastian's Ethnoal. Bildebach, Plate 17. The Trinity idea of God as a divine unity of Father, Mother, and Christ Child was retained among the Oriental Christians to the days of the rise of Mohammedanism. The Quran knows as yet nothing of the spiritualized Trinity conception of the Western Church, but represents the Christian Trinity as consisting of God, Christ, and Mary. And this Gnostic Trinity conception is a natural ideal which in the further development of Christianity proved strong enough to influence the Roman Catholic Church in her devotion to Mary, the Mother of Christ, whose personality was sometimes superadded to the Trinity, and sometimes even suffered to replace the Holy Ghost. The more abstract form of the Trinity, emphasizing it as a triunity, found its artistic expression in pictures. 150. Of God as possessed of three faces. The most striking among these productions is an old oil painting which was discovered by a German artist at Salerno and published for the first time in Die Gartenlaube, 1882, number 47. The four eyes in their meditative attitude make a weird impression on the spectator. The three elongated noses show a freedom from sensuality. The brown hair and beard indicate strength. The broad forehead wisdom. The Trinity of Salerno. Byzantine style of Lower Italy, probably of the 13th century. Sketched by the artist of the Gartenlaube. In an inn at Salerno from the original painting which has been sold in the meantime to an Englishman. The Trinity of Salerno. Byzantine style of Lower Italy, probably of the 13th century. Sketched by the artist of the Gartenlaube in an inn at Salerno from the original painting which has been sold in the meantime to an Englishman. A modern Gnostic. Jacob Boehm's philosophy is, in this connection, of interest because it represents a revival of the spirit of Gnosticism in its best and most typical form. It may serve as a substitute to characterize by way of example the modes of thought of the ancient Gnostic systems and their comprehension of the problem of evil. Jacob Boehm was a German mystic, born in 1575 at Alt-Seidenberg near Görlitz in Silesia. Like David, he was in his childhood a shepherd. Having served from his 14th year as a shoemaker's apprentice and being 151. Jacob Boehm. Jacob Boehm. Affiliated with the Shoemaker Guild, he established himself as a master shoemaker in Görlitz in 1599. Later on in his life he changed his trade for that of a glover. His books circulated during his lifetime in manuscript form only, but even this sufficed to make his name known beyond the limits of his native town. He died on Sunday, the 17th of November, 1624, at his home in Görlitz, much admired by his friends and persecuted by some narrow-minded enemies who showed their malice even after his death by defacing the monument of the deceased philosopher. The best evidence, however, of his genius and the recognition which his honest aspirations found among his fellow citizens appears in the fact that the son of the Revelation, Gregorius Richter, the pastor primus of Görlitz and the bitterest antagonist of Jacob Boehm, edited a collection of extracts from his writings, which were afterwards published complete at Amsterdam in the year 1682. The similarity of Jacob Boehm's speculations to Gnosticism is apparent, but the coincidence is almost 152. Spontaneous. His education was very limited, and he was only superficially familiar with the theories of Paracelsus, Theophrastus Bombast von Hohenheim, 1493–1541, Caspar Schwenkfeld, 1490–1561, and Valentin Weigel, 1533–1588. His own system is original with him. It is mainly due to a reflection on the Bible, which he read with a deeply religious spirit but preserving at the same time great independence of thought. Vignette of Jacob Boehm's book on the threefold life of man, illustrating the three principles which pervade life, consisting of the principles of good and evil as unfolded in time. Vignette of Jacob Boehm's book on the threefold life of man, illustrating the three principles which pervade life, consisting of the principles of good and evil as unfolded in time. Jacob Boehm conceives God as the unfathomable ground of existence, as the ungrund. His biographer in the Encyclopaedia Britannica says of his philosophy, "Nature rises out of him, we sink into him." The same view, when offered in the colder logic of Spinoza, is sometimes set aside as atheistical. Translating Boehm's thought out of the uncouth dialect of material symbols, as to which one doubts sometimes whether he means them as concrete instances, or as pictorial illustrations, or as a more memoria technica, we find that Boehm conceives of the correlation of two triads of forces. Each triad consists of a thesis, an antithesis, and a synthesis, and the two are connected by an important link. In the hidden life of the Godhead, which is at once nichts and alles, exists the original triad, viz., attraction, diffusion, and their resultant, the agony of the unmanifested Godhead. The transition is made, by an act of will the Divine Spirit comes to light, and immediately the manifested life appears in the triad of love, expression. 153. And their resultant visible variety. As the action of contraries and their resultant are explained the relations of soul, body, and spirit, of good, evil, and free will, of the spheres of the angels, of Lucifer, and of this world. It is a more difficult problem to account on this philosophy for the introduction of evil. Evil is a direct outcome of the primary principle of divine manifestation. It is the wrath side of God. The three principles frontispiece of Jacob Boehm's book on the subject and illustrating his religious philosophy. The three principles. Frontispiece of Jacob Boehm's book on the subject and illustrating his religious philosophy. 1. The problem of the idea of evil is very prominent in Jacob Boehm's philosophy, and has found a monistic solution. Without identifying good and evil, he arrives at the conclusion that the existence of evil is intrinsically necessary and unavoidable. It is ultimately rooted in the nature of God himself. The yearning for self-realization constitutes a suffering in God himself, and in the act of revealing himself his will manifests both the bright and the dark aspect of life. Jacob Boehm anticipates Schopenhauer. He says, in his book on the threefold life of man 56, 1. 154. For all things stand in the will, and in the will they are conducted. If I do not conceive a will to walk, my body remaineth at a standstill. Therefore my will beareth me, and if I have no desire for moving to some place, there is no will in me. But if I desire something else, it is of the essence the will. The eternal word is the eternal will. Ibid. 17. Materiality and sensuality are identified with sin, and sin begins not with the actual fall but with lusting, sleep being a symptom of this condition. Before his sleep Adam was in the form of an angel, but after his sleep he had flesh and blood, and there was a clod of the ground in his flesh. Die. Dre Principian, 221. With all his Gnostic tendencies, Jacob Boehm is not a dualist but a monist. The duality of life viewed under the aspect of a higher unity constitutes a trinity whose three principles are represented in the frontispiece of Jacob Boehm's book on the subject, one as two overlapping spheres which by meeting produce a third domain. There is an eternal goodness, and there is an eternal badness, and there is an eternal mixture of both. The eternal goodness contains the divine spirit and all the angels. But the sphere of badness is no less eternal. It is in its ultimate constitution the materiality of the world. The original Adam, a kind of Platonic prototype of man, was spiritual. His fall begins with his falling to sleep, 124. The result of carnal desire which changes his nature and leads to the creation of the woman to tempt him. But Jacob Boehme is not a dualist, for he conceives of the three spheres as being one. He says in his book on the threefold life of man, 16. 155. We remind the God-loving and seeking reader to recognize this of God. He should not concentrate his mind and senses to seek the pure Godhead in loneliness, high above the stars, as living solely in the heavens. No, the pure Godhead is everywhere, entirely present in all places and ends. There is everywhere the birth of the Holy Trinity in one being, and the angelic world reaches unto all the ends wherever thou mayest think, even into the middle of the earth, stones, and rocks, consequently also into hell. Briefly, the empire of the wrath of God is also everywhere. Jacob Boehme does not believe in the letter but in the spirit of the Bible, and although he is counted a mystic, the illumination which he seeks is as sober as you can expect of a man of his culture. He freely utilizes the scriptures, but urges good Christians to seek the key to the problems of existence deeper. He says, no one can come to God except through the Holy Ghost, and by the Holy Ghost he understands this spiritual illumination of heart and mind. He says, Ibid. 15-16. Search for the ground of nature. Thus you will comprehend all things. And do not madly go for the mere letter of the histories, nor make any blind laws according to your own imaginings wherewith you persecute one another. In this you are blinder than the heathen. Search for the heart and spirit of the scriptures, that the spirit may be born in you, and that the center of the divine love may be unlocked in you. Thus you may recognize God and speak of him rightly. For out of the histories merely, no one shall call himself a master, cognizer, and knower of the divine essence, but out of the Holy Ghost which appeareth in another principium in the center of man's life, and only to him who searches rightly and seriously. Jacob Boehme condenses his philosophy in his explanation of the frontispiece of his threefold life, where he says, 156. Every work indicates by its form, essence, and character, the wisdom and virtue of its maker. Now if we contemplate the grandly marvelous edifice of the visible heaven and earth, consider their motions, inquire into their efficiencies and forces, and judge of the differences of the bodies of the creature, how they are hard and soft, gross and subtile, dark and radiant, opaque and pellucid, heavy and light, we shall at once discover the twofold mother of the revelation of God, viz., darkness and light, which have breathed themselves out of all their forces and sealed miracles and form themselves together with the firmament, the stars, the elements, and all the visible conceivable creatures, where life and death, goodness and evil are at once in each thing. That is the third of the two hidden lives, and it is called time contending with vanity. Thus this world standeth in the mixed life of time between light and darkness as a genuine mirror of the two, in which the marvels of eternity are revealed in the form of time through the Word, as John announces. All things were made by it, and without it was not anything made that was made. The Gnostic movement, and especially its Jewish phase, manifesting itself in sectarian life and in the post-canonical literature, is of greater importance than is generally admitted, for it prepared the way for Christianity. Many Christian dogmas, such as the bodily resurrection of the dead, the Messiah as the soul of man, the approach of the Day of Judgment, are in the Old Testament Apocrypha, as it were, tentatively pronounced. A comprehensive formulation of the new religious ideals begins to be needed, and the people find at last in Jesus of Nazareth a leader whose powerful personality affords a center around which the fermenting innovations can crystallize into an organized institution, the Christian Church, destined to become a new and most influential factor in the history of the world. Early Christianity. Jesus and the New Testament. The evil one played an important part in the imagination of the people in the time of Christ. Satan is mentioned repeatedly by the scribes and the people of Israel in the Synoptic Gospels, by the Apostles, especially by Saint Paul, and very often in the Revelation of Saint John. Jesus follows the common belief of the time in attributing mental diseases to the possession of demons, and we may assume that he shared the popular view. Nevertheless, he speaks, upon the whole, less of the devil than do his contemporaries. The Jesus of the Gospels is said to have been tempted by the devil in much the same way that Buddha was tempted by Mara, the evil one. Even the details of the two stories of temptation possess many features of resemblance. Christ is very impressive in depicting the evil consequences of sin. He compares the Last Judgment to the selection made by fishermen who gather the good fishes into vessels, but cast the bad away, Matthew 13:47. He speaks of the reward of the good and faithful. 158. Jesus casting out devils. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. Jesus casting out devils. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. The fiend, sowing tares among the wheat. From a German picture Bible. The fiend, sowing tares among the wheat. From a German picture Bible. 159. While the unprofitable servant will be cast into outer darkness where there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Hell is described as the fire that shall never be quenched and the worm that dieth not. And the wicked people are compared to goats to whom the Son of Man will say, Depart from me ye cursed ones, into everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. Christ represents the devil as the enemy that sows tares among the wheat, and once addresses as Satan one of his favorite disciples who speaks words that might lead him into temptation. We read in Mark 8:33, and Matt 16:23. He rebuked Peter, saying, Get thee behind me, Satan, for thou savourest not the things that be of God, but the things that be of men. This fact alone appears sufficient to prove that, while it is natural that Christ used the traditional idea of Satan as a personification of the evil powers to furnish him with materials for his parables, Satan to him was mainly a symbol of things wicked or morally evil. If the Gospel stories actually reflect the real views of the historical Jesus, it appears that his idea of justice was based on the notion that the future life would be an exact inversion of the present order of things. According to the literal meaning of the language of the parable, Dives is not punished for his sins, and Lazarus is not rewarded for his good deeds. The future fate of the former in hell and the latter in heaven is the result of an equalization, as we read in Luke 16:25. But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime 160 Dives, enjoying life, and Lazarus suffering. From a German Picture Bible. Dives, enjoying life, and Lazarus suffering. From a German Picture Bible. Dives tormented in hell. From a German Picture Bible. Dives tormented in hell. From a German Picture Bible. 161. Receivedst thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things, but now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. And as on earth Dives had the distress of Lazarus before his eyes, so now Lazarus, seated in the bosom of Abraham, sees with complacency the pains of Dives. Cast into outer darkness where there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. From a German Picture Bible. Cast into outer darkness where there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. From a German Picture Bible. The keynote of the Christian sentiment of the apostolic age is expressed in the second epistle to the Thessalonians, where St. Paul says, Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, that the day of Christ is at hand. 162. St. Paul's belief that the day of Christ is at hand is based upon Christ's own utterances. We read in Mark 9:1. The day of the Lord. After Michelangelo. The day of the Lord. After Michelangelo. And he, Jesus, said unto them, Verily I say unto you that there be some of them that stand here which shall not taste of death till they have seen the kingdom of God come with power. 163. That in this passage the second advent of Christ is referred to there can be no doubt, especially as there are parallel passages which are written in the same spirit. In Matt. X23, Christ declares that his disciples preaching the gospel in Palestine and fleeing from one city to another when persecuted for his name's sake, shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. St. Paul confidently expected that he himself would see the day of the Lord, and in consideration of its nearness he deemed all worldly care unnecessary. Having explained in his epistle to the Corinthians the significance of the events in Jewish history and the punishments of sinners, he adds, Now all these things happened unto them for ensamples, and they are written for our admonition upon whom the ends of the world are come. 1 Cor x2. When some of the Thessalonian Christians died, St. Paul comforted them by declaring that those who sleep will be resurrected and taken together up to heaven with those who survive. And the words of Paul expressly implied that he himself, together with the Thessalonians whom he addresses, will remain, of which fact he is so sure as to pronounce his opinion as being the word of the Lord. He says, But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. 164. The Last Judgment, fresco in Campo Santo, Pisa. Illustrating St. Paul's prophecy, the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. The Last Judgment, fresco in Campo Santo, Pisa. Illustrating St. Paul's prophecy, the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. 165. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words. When the early disciples became more and more disappointed at the non-appearance of the Lord in the clouds of heaven, a prominent leader of the Christian Church wrote an epistle to revive their faith, which was apt to suffer by the ridicule of those who did not share this belief. We read in the second epistle of St. Peter. This second epistle, beloved, I now write unto you, in both which I stir up your pure minds by way of remembrance, that ye may be mindful of the words which were spoken before by the holy prophets, and of the commandment of us, the apostles of the Lord and Saviour. Knowing this first, that there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts, and saying, Where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is longsuffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the 166 elements shall melt with fervent heat, the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burnt you. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought ye to be in all holy conversation and godliness? Looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of God, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness. The present world remains in the power of Satan until the prophecy of the second advent of Christ be fulfilled, and we had better be prepared for meeting his onslaughts, as says the author of the first epistle of St. Peter. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. In addition to his old names of Satan, Beelzebub, and Devil, which latter appears first in Jesus' Sirach, the evil one is called in the New Testament the prince of this world, the great dragon, the old serpent, the prince of the devils, the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disbelief, the Antichrist. Satan is represented as the founder of an empire that struggles with and counteracts the kingdom of God upon earth. He is powerful, but less powerful than Christ and his angels. He is conquered and doomed through Christ, but he is still unfettered. The newly discovered fourth book of Daniel 1 contains a story which characterizes the expectations of the 167 early church. We read of a certain man, holding the office of president, in a Christian congregation of Syria. He persuaded many of the brethren, with their wives and children, to go out into the wilderness to meet the Christ, and they went wandering in the mountains and wastes, there losing their way, and the end was that all but a few were apprehended as robbers and would have been executed by the mayor of the city, had it not been that his wife was a believer and that in response to her entreaties he put a stop to the proceedings to prevent a persecution arising because of them. Cases of this kind happened frequently. We read of another Christian officer, also in Pontus, that he also preached the approaching day of judgment. He brought the brethren to such a pitch of fear and trembling that they abandoned their lands and fields, letting them become waste, and sold, the most of them, their possessions. The belief in the imminent approach of the day of judgment waned during the 3rd century, but was temporarily revived in the year 1000, which was commonly believed to be the end of the millennium prophesied by Saint John the Divine in the Revelation. The disorder and misery which resulted from the foolish acts that people committed in anticipation of the approaching day of judgment all over Christendom are beyond description. Some squandered their property in order to enjoy the last days of their lives. Some sold all they had and gave to the poor, some invested all their possessions in masses and church donations, and thus almost all who were filled with the belief in the coming of the Lord fell a prey to the most wretched poverty and distress. 168. Jewish Christian eschatology. The Revelation of Saint John, written between 68 and 70 AD, after Nero's death and before the destruction of Jerusalem, propounds the eschatology of early Christianity, which closely follows such traditions of the Jews as are preserved in the prophetic books of the Old Testament Apocrypha. The author of the Revelation is a Jew Christian, who in the name of the Son of Man informs the 7 churches of Asia Minor that God hates the Nicolaitans, I. 6 and 15. An antinomic sect among the Gnostics who, according to Irenaeus, Char 26, regarded the Mosaic law, the nomos, as unessential to salvation. The warning given out against those who say that they are apostles and are not seems to be directed against Saint Paul, who, like the Nicolaitans, is also known for his strong antinomic principles and finding no sin in eating with pagans, even though the meat might have been offered as a sacrifice to idols. 1. An unpleasant denunciation of a follower of antinomic, i.e., Pauline Christianity in the city of Thyatira, is mentioned in chapter 2, verses 20 to 29. Which probably has reference to Lydia, a seller of purple, who was baptized by Paul, Acts 16:14-15. The great promises of the Lord offered to the faithful through John the Divine, are strictly limited to the Jew Christian, to him who keeps the law and holds fast to it till Christ's second advent, 2:25. As a reward Christ, according 169. To John the Divine's vision, allows him the great pleasure of destroying the Gentiles, saying, And he that overcometh and keepeth my works, i.e., the law, unto the end, to him will I give the power over the nations. The Christian World Dispensation according to St. John the Divine. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. The Christian World Dispensation according to St. John the Divine. After Schneur von Karelsfeld. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received from my Father. 170. Saint John believes that the judgment of the world is near at hand. The Lamb opens the 7 seals, and 4. The 4 riders of the Apocalypse. Wall painting on the Campo Santo, Berlin, by von Cornelius. The Four Riders of the Apocalypse. Wall painting on the Campo Santo, Berlin, by von Cornelius. Men on horseback, one with a crown, one with a sword, one with a pair of balances, and the last one death, followed by hell, are let loose. The martyrs of God receive. 171. White robes, the sun becomes black as sackcloth, and the moon becomes as blood. Then an angel pronounces a triple woe upon the inhabitants of the earth. The pit is opened and 4 angels who had been bound are loosed to slay the third part of men. A struggle ensues between a woman that travaileth and the dragon, but the dragon is cast down. A beast with 7 heads and 10 horns appears, another beast follows and makes an image of the first beast that should be worshipped by men. The number of the beast is 666, which according to Kabbalistic symbolism means Nero. The Roman emperor is thus regarded as an incarnation of Satan, and for a short time power is given to the pagan government over the world. But the victorious Lamb stands on Mount Zion, the gospel is preached, and the sickle of the harvest is ready for gathering in the clusters of the vine. Then the 7 vials of wrath are poured out upon mankind. The city which reigneth over the kings of the earth, i.e., Rome, the old Babylon, the mother of abominations, shall fall, and the fowls of the air are called to fill themselves with the flesh of the slain. Satan is bound for 1,000 years, but let loose again. In a final struggle, Gog and Magog are conquered, whereupon a new heaven and a new earth are created. A heavenly Jerusalem descends upon earth and the 12 tribes inhabit the city, which needs no sun because God is its light. The pagan Christians remain outside, the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth bring their glory and honor into it. Such is briefly the contents of the Revelation of St. 172. The Woman of Abomination. After the Revelation of St. John, by Albrecht Dürer. The Woman of Abomination. After the Revelation of St. John, by Albrecht Dürer. 173. Paragraph continues. John the Divine, which is a very important book, as it embodies the views of the early Jew Christians concerning God's plan in the history of the world, and the powers of evil play in it a most important part. The main prophecy of the Jewish Christian author of the Revelation remained unfulfilled. By a strange irony of fate, Judaic Christianity disappeared from the face of the earth, while Rome became the center of the Gentile Christianity, in which capacity she rose almost to more glorious power than pagan Rome ever possessed through her political superiority. Christianity was thoroughly Romanized and remained under the sway of Rome until the Reformation split the Church in twain and opened new possibilities for a progressive development of Christianity, no longer subject to the dictates of a conclave of Italian cardinals and a Roman pope. The descent into hell. The belief in Satan and hell form an essential part of early Christianity, and Christ was believed immediately after his death on the cross to have battled with and to have conquered the prince of hell. Although the oldest manuscripts of the so-called Apostles' Creed do not contain the passage "descended into hell," which is an addition of the 7th century, there can be no doubt that the idea actually prevailed as early as the 2nd century. The Gospel of Nicodemus, which is commonly regarded as a product of the 3rd century, dwells on this part of the Christian belief and offers a detailed account of Christ's descent into hell, which in chapters 15-16 reads as follows. 174. Satan, the prince and captain of death, said to the prince of hell, "Prepare to receive Jesus of Nazareth himself, who boasted that he was the Son of God, and yet was a man afraid of death, and said, My soul is exceeding sorrowful even unto death. 1 Besides he did many injuries to me and to many others, for those whom I made blind and lame and those also whom I tormented with several devils, he cured by his word, yea, and those whom I brought dead to thee, he by force takes away from thee." To this the prince of hell replied to Satan, "Who is that so powerful prince, and yet a man who is afraid of death? For all the potentates of the earth are subject to my power, whom thou broughtest to subjection by thy power. But if he be so powerful in his nature, I affirm to thee for truth, that he is almighty in his divine nature, and no man can resist his power. When, therefore, he said he was afraid of death, he designed to ensnare thee, and unhappy it will be to thee for everlasting ages." Then Satan, replying, said to the prince of hell, "Why didst thou express a doubt, and wast afraid to receive Jesus of Nazareth, both thy adversary and mine? As for me, I tempted him and stirred up my old people, the Jews, with zeal and anger against him. I sharpened the spear for his suffering, I mixed the gall and vinegar, and commanded that he should drink it. I prepared the cross to crucify him, and the nails to pierce through his hands and feet, and now his death is near at hand, I will bring him hither, subject both to thee and me." Then the prince of hell answering said, "Thou saidst to me just now, that he took away the dead from me by force. They who have been kept here till they should live again upon earth were taken away hence, not by their own power, but by prayers made to God, and their almighty God took them from me. Who, then, is that Jesus of Nazareth that by his word hath taken away the dead from me without prayer to God? Perhaps it is the same who took away from me Lazarus, after he had been 4 days dead, and did." 175. Both stink and was rotten, and of whom I had possession as a dead person, yet he brought him to life again by his power. Satan, answering, said to the prince of hell, "It is the very same person, Jesus of Nazareth, which, when the prince of hell heard, he said to him, I adjure thee by the powers which belong to thee and me, that thou bring him not to me. For when I heard of the power of his word, I trembled for fear, and all my impious company were at the same time disturbed, and we were not able to detain Lazarus, but he gave himself a shake, and with all the signs of malice he immediately went away from us, and the very earth in which the dead body of Lazarus was lodged, presently turned him out alive. And I know now that he is Almighty God who could perform such things, who is mighty in his dominion, and mighty in his human nature, who is the Saviour of mankind. Bring not, therefore, his person hither, for we will set at liberty all those whom I hold in prison under unbelief, and bound with the fetters of their sins, and will conduct them to everlasting life." And while Satan and the prince of hell were discoursing thus to each other, on a sudden there was a voice as of thunder and the rushing of winds, saying, "Lift up your gates, O ye princes, and be ye lift up, O everlasting gates, and the King of glory shall come in." When the prince of hell heard this, he said to Satan, "Depart from me and begone out of my habitations, if thou art a powerful warrior, fight with the King of glory. But what hast thou to do with him?" And then he cast him forth from his habitations. And the prince said to his impious officers, "Shut the brass gates of cruelty and make them fast with iron bars, and fight courageously, lest we be taken captives." But when all the company of the saints heard this, they spake with a loud voice of anger to the prince of hell, Open thy gates that the King of glory may come in. And the divine prophet David cried out, saying, Did not I when on earth truly prophesy and say, O that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men? For he hath broken the gates of brass, and cut the 176. Christ's Descent into Hell, by Sascha Schneider. Christ's Descent into Hell, by Sascha Schneider. 177. Bars of iron in sunder. He hath taken them because of their iniquity, and because of their unrighteousness they are afflicted. After this another prophet, namely, holy Isaiah, spake in like manner to all the saints, Did not I rightly prophesy to you when I was alive on earth? The dead men shall live, and they shall rise again who are in their graves, and they shall rejoice who are in earth, for the dew which is from the Lord shall bring deliverance to them. And I said in another place, O death, where is thy victory? O death, where is thy sting? When all the saints heard these things spoken by Isaiah, they said to the prince of hell, Open now thy gates, and take away thine iron bars, for thou wilt now be bound, and have no power. Then there was a great voice, as of the sound of thunder, saying, Lift up your gates, O princes, and be ye lifted up, ye gates of hell, and the King of glory will enter in. The prince of hell, perceiving the same voice repeated, cried out as though he had been ignorant, Who is that King of glory? David replied to the prince of hell, and said, I understand the words of that voice, because I spake them by his Spirit. And now, as I have above said, I say unto thee, the Lord strong and powerful, the Lord mighty in battle, he is the King of glory, and he is the Lord in heaven and in earth. He hath looked down to hear the groans of the prisoners, and to set loose those that are appointed to death. And now, thou filthy and stinking prince of hell, open thy gates, that the King of glory may enter in, for he is the Lord of heaven and earth. While David was saying this, the mighty Lord appeared in the form of a man, and enlightened those places which had ever before been in darkness, and broke asunder the fetters which before could not be broken, and with his invincible power visited those who sate in the deep darkness by iniquity, and the shadow of death by sin. Impious Death and her cruel officers, hearing these things, were seized with fear in their several kingdoms, when they saw the clearness of the light, and Christ himself on a sudden appearing in their habitations. They cried out therefore, and said. 178. Paragraph continues, We are bound by thee, thou seemest to intend our confusion before the Lord. Who art thou, who hast no sign of corruption? But that bright appearance which is a full proof of thy greatness, of which yet thou seemest to take no notice. Who art thou, so powerful and so weak, so great and so little, a mean and yet a soldier of the first rank, who can command in the form of a servant as a common soldier? The King of glory, dead and alive, though once slain upon the cross. Who layest dead in the grave, and art come down alive to us, and in thy death all the creatures trembled, and all the stars were moved, and knowest thou thy liberty among the dead, and givest disturbance to our legions. Who art thou, who dost release the captives that were held in chains by original sin, and bringest them into their former liberty? Who art thou, who dost spread so glorious and divine a light over those who were made blind by the darkness of sin? In like manner all the legions of devils were seized with the like horror, and with the most submissive fear cried out, and said, Whence comes it, O thou Jesus Christ, that thou art a man so powerful and glorious in majesty, so bright as to have no spot, and so pure as to have no crime. Then the King of Glory, trampling upon death, seized the Prince of Hell, deprived him of all his power, and took our earthly father Adam with him to his glory. Then the Prince of Hell took Satan, and with great indignation said to him, O thou Prince of Destruction, author of Beelzebub's defeat and banishment, the scorn of God's angels and loathed by all righteous persons. What inclined thee to act thus? Why didst thou venture without either reason or justice, to crucify him, and hast brought down to our regions a person innocent and righteous, and thereby hast lost all the sinners, impious and unrighteous persons in the whole world? While the Prince of Hell was thus speaking to Satan, the King of Glory said to Beelzebub, the Prince of Hell, Satan the Prince shall be subject to thy dominion forever, in the room of Adam and his righteous sons, who are mine. Then Jesus stretched forth his hand, and said, Come to me, all ye saints, who are created. 179. In my image, who were condemned by the tree of the forbidden fruit, and by the devil and death, live now by the wood of my cross. The devil, the prince of this world, is overcome, and death is conquered. Hell. The idea of hell among the early Christians has found a detailed description in the Revelation of Saint Peter, which was counted as canonical by Clement of Alexandria, who annotated it together with the Catholic epistles, while the Muratorian fragment mentions it as Book of the New Testament. According to the testimony of Sozomenos, it was read in some of the churches of Palestine annually, as a preparation for the celebration of Easter in about 440 AD. 1 It was used in Rome and Alexandria at the end of the 2nd century, together with the Revelation of St. John, where, according to Eusebius, both writings belonged to the contested canonical books, that is to say, they were received as canonical but not without protest in some quarters. According to the Revelation of Saint Peter, heaven and hell are places. Heaven is described by Saint Peter as follows, 2. And I spake to him, the Lord, and where are the just, and what is their aeon in which they that possess this glory live? And the Lord showed me a large space outside of this world overflowed with light, and the air there was illuminated all through by the rays of the sun. And the earth itself was blooming with unfading flowers, and filled with sweet odors, and grandly blossoming and imperishable and blessed fruit-bearing plants. Such was the fullness. 180. Of flowers that the sweet odor thence penetrated even unto us. The inhabitants of that space were clothed with the robes of radiant angels, and similar were their robes to their surroundings. Angels were hovering about them. The glory of all who lived there was the same, and with one voice they sang in gladness responsive hymns of praise to God the Lord in that place. Said the Lord to us, that is the place of your high priests, of the just people. Christian representation of the Last Judgment. Sculptures on the main entrance of the cathedral at Bourges, France. 14th century. Reproduced from Classische Sculpturen Scots. Christian representation of the Last Judgment. Sculptures on the main entrance of the cathedral at Bourges, France. 14th century. Reproduced from Classische Sculpturen Scots. Hell is described in the following words. And I saw another place right opposite, rough and being the place of punishment. And those who are punished there and the punishing angels had their robes dark, as the color of the air of the place is also dark, and some people were hung up by their tongues. They were those who had blasphemed the path of righteousness, and underneath them a bright baneful fire was lit. And 181. There was a pit large and filled with burning dirt, in which several people stuck who had perverted justice, and the avenging angels assaulted them. There were others there, women hung up by their braids above the seething dirt. They were those who had adorned themselves for adultery, but those who had soiled themselves with the miasma of the adultery of those women were hung up by their feet and had their heads in the dirt. And I said, I did not believe that I should enter into this place. I saw murderers. Christian representation of hell. Sculptures on the main entrance of the cathedral at Bourges, France. 14th century. Reproduced from Classical sculpture Scots. Christian representation of hell. Sculptures on the main entrance of the cathedral at Bourges, France. 14th century. Reproduced from Classical sculpture Scots. And their accomplices thrown into a narrow place filled with evil vermin and tormented by those animals and squirming under this punishment. Worms like dark clouds assaulted them. The souls of the murdered people, however, stood by and gazed at the punishment of their murderers and said, O God, just is thy judgment. But near unto that place I saw a place of torment in which the blood and the stench of the punished flowed down so as to 182. Make a pool, and there were women to whom the blood reached up to the neck, opposite them many infants sat who had been brought into the world before their season, and they were weeping. And fiery rays proceeded from the children and bit the eyes of the women. For they were the cursed ones who had conceived and made abortions. And there were men and women standing in flames with half their bodies, and they were thrown into a dark place and were scourged by evil spirits. And they were devoured in their bowels by worms which do not die. They were those who had persecuted the righteous and surrendered them, and nearby to those again were women and men who bit their lips and were punished and received hot irons on their eyes. They were those who had blasphemed and betrayed the path of righteousness. Opposite them were other men and women who bit their tongues and had burning fire in their mouths. They were those who bore false witness. In another place were flints sharper than swords and lances, rendered burning hot, and women and men in dirty rags were wallowing on them in torment. They were the rich and those who relying on their riches had not taken compassion on orphan, and widows, who had a contempt for the commands of God. In another large field with matter and blood and seething dirt were those who take interest and interest on interest. Other men and women were thrown from a high precipice, and having reached the bottom were urged up again by their assaulters to climb the precipice, and were then again thrown down, and they were given no respite from this torment. They were those who had polluted their own bodies. 1. And by the side of this precipice was a place which was filled entirely with fire, and there stood the people who had made with their own hands carved images and worshipped them instead of God, and near them were men and women with switches who beat them and did not cease from this castigation. And again other women and men stood nearby, burning, and wriggling, and roasting. They were those who had left the path of God. 183. Another description of hell according to the views of the Christian Gnostics of the 3rd century is contained in the Pistis Sophia, where all the places of torment are described at considerable length in all details. It is remarkable, says Professor Harnack, one that the Pistis Sophia anticipates on this subject as well as in many other respects the development of the Catholic Church. It insists on the power of salvation of the sacraments, of the mysteries, of penance, and ascetic practices. At the same time it recognizes apostolic authority, and attempts in every respect to base its doctrines on the canon of the Old and New Testament. Its date has been fixed with great accuracy on the second part of the 3rd century. This strange book contains questions of Mary and of some of the apostles, which Christ after his resurrection answers on the Mount of Olives, and it is probably identical with a Gnostic book mentioned by Epiphanius under the title The Minor Questions of Mary. Harnack calls attention to the fact that the book is an evidence of the astonishing agreement of this later Gnosticism with later Catholic Christianity. The author of the Pistis Sophia is apparently imbued with the spirit of Syrian Gnosticism or Ophitism, but he wrote in Egypt where the Syrian Gnostics exercised quite a powerful influence. The revelation of mysteries culminates in the doctrine of Christ's identity with his disciples, which is uttered repeatedly and with emphasis. 3. The peculiarly 184. Paragraph continues. Gnostic features of the book consist in the idea of reincarnation. So, for instance, Saint John is directly said to be a reincarnation of Elias, and the apostles are, as much as Christ, regarded as being possessed of a mystical pre-existence. The Pistis Sophia reveals all the mysteries of the world, among them the mysteries of hell, or, as the Egyptians called it, Amenti, which is described as follows. And Mary continued further and said unto Jesus, again, Master, of what type is the outer darkness? How many regions of punishment are there therein? And Jesus answered and said unto Mary, The outer darkness is a huge dragon, with its tail in its mouth, it is outside the world and surroundeth it completely. 1. There are many regions of punishment therein, for there are in it 12 main dungeons of horrible torment. In each dungeon there is a ruler, and the faces of the rulers are all different from one another. The first ruler, in the first dungeon, is crocodile-faced, and it hath its tail in its mouth. From the jaws of this dragon there come forth cold of every kind and freezing, and all diseases of every kind. It is called by its authentic name, in its region, Inchthonin. And the ruler in the second dungeon, its authentic face is a cat's, it is called, in its region, Karacha. And the ruler in the third dungeon, its authentic face is a dog's, it is called, in its region, a Karok. And the ruler in the fourth dungeon. Its authentic face is a serpent's, it is called, in its region, a Kraka. 185. The typical conception of hell. German woodcut of the age of the Reformation. The typical conception of hell. German woodcut of the age of the Reformation. 186. And the ruler in the fifth dungeon, its authentic face is a black bull's, it is called, in its region, Markauer. And the ruler in the sixth dungeon, its authentic face is a boar's, it is called, in its region, Lamshamor. And the ruler in the seventh dungeon, its authentic face is a bear's, it is called, in its region, by its authentic name, Luka. And the ruler in the eighth dungeon, its authentic face is a vulture's, it is called, in its region, Lerauch. And the ruler in the ninth dungeon, its authentic face is a basilisk's, it is called, in its region, Arshirch. And in the 10th dungeon are many rulers, each of them, in its authentic face, hath 7 dragons' heads, and that which is above them all, in their region, is called Zamarok. And in the 11th dungeon, in this region also, are many rulers, each of them, with authentic faces, of 7 cats' heads, and the great one that is over them, is called, in their region, Rocha. And in the 12th dungeon there are also many rulers exceedingly numerous, each of them in its authentic face, of 7 dogs' heads, and the great one that is over them, is called in their region, Krima. These rulers, then, of these 12 dungeons, which are in the inside of the dragon of outer darkness, each hath a name for every hour, and each of them changeth its face every hour. And each of these dungeons hath a door which openeth to the height, so that the dragon of outer darkness containeth 12 dungeons of darkness, each of which hath a door that openeth to the height, and an angel of the height watched at each of the doors of the dungeons. These Iou, 1 the first man, the overseer of the light, the ancient of the first statute, hath set to watch over the dragon, lest 187. The dragon and its rulers should turn the dungeons that are in it, upside down. And when the Saviour had thus spoken, Mary Magdalene answered and said, Master, are the souls, then, that are brought into that region, led into it by these 12 doors, by each according to the judgment they have merited? The Saviour answered and said unto Mary, No soul is brought into the dragon by these doors, but the souls of blasphemers, and of them that remain in the doctrines of error, and of those who teach such doctrines, and also of them that have intercourse with males, of the polluted and impious, atheists, murderers, adulterers, sorcerers, all souls, then, of this kind, if they have not repented while still in life, and have remained persistently in their sin, and all the other souls which have remained without the light world, that is to say, who have exhausted the number of the cycles apportioned to them in the sphere without repenting, they take hold of these souls, in their last cycle, them and all the souls which I have just enumerated to you, and carry them through the opening in the tail of the dragon into the dungeons of the outer darkness. And when they have finished bringing those souls into the outer darkness by the opening in its tail, it putteth back its tail again into its mouth and shutteth them in. This is the way in which souls are brought into the outer darkness. 1. And the dragon of the outer darkness hath 12 authentic names which are written on its doors, a name for the door of every dungeon, and these 12 names are all different from one another, but all 12 are contained one in the other, so that he who uttereth one name will utter all. And these will I tell you, when I explain the emanation of the Pleroma. This, then, is the way in which is the outer darkness, which is also the dragon. When the Saviour had spoken these things, Mary answered, 188. And said unto the Saviour, I Master, are the torments of this dragon terrible beyond the punishment of all the judgments? The Saviour answered and said unto Mary, Not only are they more painful than all the chastisements of the judgments, but every soul that shall be carried into that region shall be imprisoned in relentless ice, one in the hail and scorching fire which are therein. And in the dissolution of the world, that is to say, in the ascension of the Pleroma, these souls shall perish in the relentless ice and scorching fire, and shall be non-existent for the eternity. Mary answered and said, Woe for the souls of sinners! Now, therefore, O Master, whether is the fire in the world of humankind or the fire in Amenti the fiercer? The Saviour answered and said unto Mary, Amen, I say unto thee, the fire in Amenti scorcheth far more than the fire among men, 9 times more. weighing the evil and the good of the soul, reminding one of similar notions prevalent in ancient Egypt. About 1150. From the cathedral in Autun, France. Weighing the evil and the good of the soul. Reminding one of similar notions prevalent in ancient Egypt. About 1150. From the cathedral in Autun, France. And the fire which is in the punishments of the great chaos is 9 times fiercer than the fire in Amenti. And the fire which is in the judgments of the rulers who are in the way of the midst, is 9 times fiercer than the fire of the punishments which are in the great chaos. And the fire which is in the dragon of outer darkness, and all the torments which it containeth, are fiercer far than the fire. 189. Which is in the chastisements and judgments of the rulers who are in the way of the midst, this fire is fiercer than they 70 times. And when the Saviour had said this unto Mary, she smote her breast, she cried out aloud, with tears, and all the disciples with her, saying, Woe for the sinners, for their torments are exceedingly great. The doom of the damned. After Luca Signorelli. The doom of the damned. After Luca Signorelli. The Gnostic Christian view of doomsday and hell embodies many ancient traditions of Egyptian, Indian, and Persian mythology and foreshadows at the same time the later Roman Catholic view as represented in medieval art, finding its poetical consummation in Dante's Divina Commedia. Satan was regarded by the early Christians as the 190. The Trinity ideal of medieval Christianity. Old German. Representing God as Emperor, Christ as King, and the Holy Ghost as the principle of light, of order and good government. Reproduced from Mother. The Trinity ideal of medieval Christianity. Old German. Representing God as Emperor, Christ as King, and the Holy Ghost as the principle of light, of order and good government. Reproduced from Mother. 191. Paragraph continues, Prince of this world, and this belief dominated in the Church as long as pagan authorities remained in power. As soon as they were replaced by Christian rulers, and when Christianity became established as the state religion of the Roman Empire, Satan was gradually dethroned and God reinstated in the government of the world. The empire of the Caesars broke to pieces under the repeated assaults of Vandals, Huns, and Goths, but Charlemagne founded a new empire on its ruins, which, being based upon the rising power of the Teutonic tribes, the Franconians and the Germans, was called the Holy Roman Empire of German nationality, lasting about 1,000 years, from 800 until 1806. This period, by still actually regarded as the realization of the millennium of Revelation, is the age in which Christianity was officially recognized and the attempt was made to apply its ethics by all means to the private and public affairs of the people. It is natural that the Trinity was now conceived after the pattern of the imperial government of the age. God was represented as the Emperor, Christ as the King, Vicegerent and heir, while the Holy Ghost hovered above them as the Spirit of order and authority. The most essential and at any rate practically most important dogma of the early Christian Church, the doctrine of the imminent approach of the Day of Judgment, faded away when the Church rose to power, but it reappeared from time to time, sometimes not unlike an acute attack of a frightful alienation of men's minds, rendering them forgetful of the duties of the living present for the sake of trying to escape the imaginary evils of the 192. Doom to come. The scenes of the Last Judgment, however, have always remained a favorite subject of Christian artists and poets, the keynote of which vibrates through the Old Church hymn. Dicere, dicilla. Savit seclum in favilla. Tests David cum Sibylla. The 1st century of our era is a time in which the fear of evil leads to the organization of religious institutions having in view the atonement of sin and the redemption of the soul from the terrors of hell. The ideas evil, sin, hell, salvation, and immortal life were familiar to the Greek mind even before the days of Plato, but were still mixed up with the traditional mythology. When philosophers began to wage war against the gross idolatry of Greek polytheism, a fermentation set in which prepared the Greek nation for the reception of Christianity. We say prepared, but we might just as well say that it resulted in the formation of the Christian Church as an institution to deliver mankind from evil. The fear of punishment in the life to come led in the days of savagery to human sacrifices as a vicarious atonement. This barbarous practice was abandoned in the progress of civilization by a substitution of animal victims. But the idea lingered in the minds of the people and was retained in 194. Hades. Greatly reduced from Monday inst. 8, 9. Hades. Greatly reduced from Monday inst. 8, 9. Picture of a vase found at Altamura, representing a period in which the fear of hell had become greatly subdued and the belief in its terrors is offset by the legend of a return from the realm of the dead and the conquest of death. The upper center shows Pluto and Persephone, the rulers of the netherworld, in their palace, the former with scepter and cantharos, or sacred cup, the latter holding the cross torch and a dish filled with fruits and flowers. Cantharos means both Scarabaeus beetle, the Egyptian symbol of immortality, and the drinking vessel used in the mysteries, which probably derives its name from some unknown connection with the Scarabaeus. Underneath we see Heracles taming the three-headed Cerberus in the moment of crossing the Icheron, which originates, see Homer, Odyssey, X. 513, in the conflux of Cocytos and Pyriphlegethon. Hermes points out the road leading back to the upper world. The Danaids with the water vessels on the right bear their punishment with placidity, while Sisyphos on the left seems to be more severely taxed. Dire Necessity holds the whip in her right hand, but her left extends to the sufferer a laurel branch. The branch is missing in many similar pictures. It is apparently not an apple branch, which was a symbol of Nemesis, as some archaeologists suggest. The upper scene on the right shows Hippodamia and Pelops, the latter in a Phrygian cap conversing with Myrtilos, who promises to remove a nail from the wheel of Oinomaos's chariot in the race for Hippodamia, his future bride, a trick by which he remains victorious. Underneath are the judges of the dead, Triptolemos, Arachus, and Rhadamanthus, the latter in the attitude of pleading a case with great zeal. The upper scene on the left represents Megara and her sons, the Heraclids, innocent victims of a cruel fate in life, who are here comforted. Below this group we see Orpheus with lyre in hand, approaching the palace to ask Persephone for a release of Eurydice. The Erinyes, or avenging demons, called, in the picture have lost their terrible appearance and let the singer pass by unmolested. 195. Christianity, where, however, it received a new significance when restated under the influence of Paul's message of the crucified, and therefore glorified, Saviour. Christ's death was now declared to be a sacrifice that would be sufficient for all the ages to come. 1. The Greeks, equally with other nations, feared punishment after death as the greatest evil, and their belief in hell can be traced back to the dawn of the history of Greece. Human sacrifices at the funeral pyre of Patroclus. Wall picture of a tomb in Versailles. From Michaelis, Handbuch der Kunstgeschichte, I. 235. Human sacrifices at the funeral pyre of Patroclus. Wall picture of a tomb in Versailles. From Michaelis, Handbuch der Kunstgeschichte, I. 235. The most ancient description of the Greek conception of the land of the dead, which is found in Homer, resembles the Jewish Sheol insofar as Hades is the abode of the shades of the dead, both good and evil. It is a gloomy place. There is a grove of willow and poplar trees, and a large lawn covered with asphodels. The 196. Christ's death on the cross and its prototypes. Biblia Pauperum. Woodcut of the 15th century. The immolation of Isaac shows Christ's death in its connection with human sacrifice, and the story of the serpent lifted up in the wilderness exemplifies the healing power of faith. Christ's death on the cross and its prototypes. Biblia Pauperum. Woodcut of the 15th century. The immolation of Isaac shows Christ's death in its connection with human sacrifice, and the story of the serpent lifted up in the wilderness exemplifies the healing power of faith. 197. Shade of Achilles declares that he would rather be upon earth a day laborer in a poor man's employ than ruler in Tuchulture, the demon of infernal tortures according to the belief of the Etruscans. Part of a wall picture of a tomb in Corneto. Tuchulture, the demon of infernal tortures according to the belief of the Etruscans. Part of a wall picture of a tomb in Corneto. Charon, the Etruscan demon of death, waiting for a victim. From an Etruscan vase, Hellenized style. Charon, the Etruscan demon of death, waiting for a victim. From an Etruscan vase, Hellenized style. The land of the dead. While the oldest reports do not as yet contain any reference to a reward of the good, for even Achilles shares the sad fate of all mortals, we learn. Onos and the daughters of Danaos in Hades. Onos, i.e., the tardy or inattentive one, weaving a rope of hay which is devoured by the donkey, and the daughters of Danaos endeavoring to fill the urn without a bottom. Frieze of a Roman well decoration. Vatican. Onos and the daughters of Danaos in Hades. Onos, i.e., the tardy or inattentive one, weaving a rope of hay which is devoured by the donkey, and the daughters of Danaos endeavoring to fill the urn without a bottom. Frieze of a Roman well decoration. Vatican. Of the tortures to which the wicked are subjected Tantalus, the Danaïdes, Sisyphos, Ixion, Onos. 198. Homer represents the dead as unsubstantial forms, like dream images. However, an exception is made in the case of Hercules, whose shadow is in Hades, while Hercules himself, who is an immortal, lives among the gods in Olympus. Odyssey, 11, 601–626. Another hero whose fate after death is more cheerful than that of common people is Menelaus. Being a son-in-law of Zeus. Ixion on the fiery wheel. Ixion on the fiery wheel. Underneath an avenging Berenice, Hephaestus, the smith of the gods, looks at the wheel, his handiwork, with apparent satisfaction. Hermes is ready to return to the upper world. Archaeologists have not yet succeeded in interpreting the significance of the angel-like figures on both sides of Ixion. Ixion, a Thessalian king, committed a murder, but was lustrated by Zeus himself, who admitted him as a guest to his own table. But the criminal lusted after Hera, the queen of the gods. In her place he embraced a cloud which bore to him the unruly race of centaurs. Thereupon Zeus had Ixion fastened to a fiery wheel in Hades. The suffering Ixion is commonly regarded as the mythological precipitate of a former god of the sky, a rival of Zeus, but the features of his divinity have paled in the human conception of a later age which was no longer conscious of the mythological significance of his deeds. 199. The husband of Helen, who is apparently conceived as the goddess of the moon, he lives in Elysium where Rhadamanthus rules. There the people live in ease. There is Gigantomachie, the giants storming heaven. Bas relief of an ancient sarcophagus. Now in the Museum of the Vatican. Gigantomachie, the giants storming heaven. Bas relief of an ancient sarcophagus. Now in the Museum of the Vatican. No snow, no winter, no storm, but only gentle and refreshing zephyrs blow from the ocean. The Egyptian origin of the belief in Elysium is Zeus conquering Typhus. Picture on an antique water pitcher. Baumeister, Dentham. D class. Alt. 2135. Zeus conquering Typhus. Picture on an antique water pitcher. Baumeister, Dentham D class. Alt. 2135. Guaranteed by the name Rhadamanthus, which is the god Ra-Amenthus, the lord of the hidden world, Amenti. When the spread of Gnostic views prepared the Greek nation for Christianity, the ancient pagan myths 200 were not abandoned but transformed. Hesiod tells us in the Theogony of the terrible struggle between Zeus and the Titans, and Saint Peter, when speaking in his second letter of the revolution of the angels that sinned, says that God hurled them down to Tartarus. The expression, however, is obliterated in the version of King James, for the word, having hurled them to Tartarus, is translated sent them down to hell. Gigantomachie, the giants storming heaven. An ancient Greek frieze. Gigantomachie, the giants storming heaven. An ancient Greek frieze. We read in the Theogony of the battle between Zeus and the monster Typhon, also called Typhus. When Zeus had driven the Titans out from heaven, huge earth bare her youngest born son, Typhus, whose hands, indeed, are fit for deeds on account of their strength. On his shoulders there were 100 heads of a serpent, of a fierce dragon, playing with dusky tongues. From the eyes in his wondrous heads fire struggled beneath the brows. From his terrible mouths voices were sending forth every kind of sound ineffable, the bellowing of a bull, the roar of a lion, the barking of whelps, and the hiss of a serpent. The huge monster would have reigned over mortals unless the sire of gods and men quickly observed him. 201. War in Heaven. After the Revelation of Saint John. By Albrecht Dürer. War in Heaven. After the Revelation of Saint John. By Albrecht Dürer. 202. Paragraph continues. harshly he thundered, and heavily and terribly the earth re-echoed around. Beneath Jove's immortal feet vast Olympus trembled, and the earth groaned. Heaven and sea were boiling. Pluto trembled, monarch of the dead. The Titans in Tartarus trembled also, but Jove smote Typhus and scorched all the wondrous heads of the terrible monster. When at last the monster was quelled, smitten with blows, it fell down lame, and Zeus hurled him into wide Tartarus. Chimera of Arezzo. The monster slain by Bellerophon. Now at Florence. Chimera of Arezzo. The monster slain by Bellerophon. Now at Florence. This description reminds us not only of the second epistle of Saint Peter, but also of Revelation 12. 7-9. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world, he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. 203. Thus the old Greek demons merely changed names and reappeared in new personalities. In this shape they were embodied into the canonical books of the New Testament and became the integral part of the new religion, which at that time began to conquer the world. Theseus and Pirithous. Venturing down to Hades for the purpose of bringing up Persephone, the daughter of Ceres, they are made prisoners and bound by an Berenice. Theseus is at last rescued by Hercules. Pluto holds in his hand a scepter on the top of which sits the dismal Aulus and Avis Funebri. Persephone carries 2 cross torches. From an Etruscan vase. Baumeister, Denkmaler des Class. Ultitums. Theseus and Pirithous. Venturing down to Hades for the purpose of bringing up Persephone, the daughter of Ceres, they are made prisoners and bound by an Berenice. Theseus is at last rescued by Hercules. Pluto holds in his hand a scepter on the top of which sits the dismal Aulus and Avis Funebri. Persephone carries 2 cross torches. From an Etruscan vase. Baumeister, Denkmaler des Class.